Board of Trustees and meeting of Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 for Monday, March 11th, 2019. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And roll call.
Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Sandy Hammerly.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan. Neil Shaw.
Here.
Laura Skwazinski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley. Here. Town Attorney Kendra Carberry.
Here.
Town Clerk Phil Sarden here.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda the board members would like to pull, or any other changes to the agenda? Ken?
I'd like to pull item 3G, the Boulder Valley School District IGA for use of town hall.
Okay. Any others?
Sorry, I have a potential suggestion for item 7 around the board communications.
Okay.
There's a lot of different topics in there, and I'm concerned based on the other topics we may run long. So I'm wondering if when we get to that item, we could determine which to cover tonight and which to postpone.
That's a good suggestion. Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Motion by Trustee Lish and second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Passes unanimous. All right. Next is reports, questions, and issues. Who'd like to start? Neil.
No major updates from my end, but just so everyone is aware, I did go to the Capitol on Thursday to testify in the Senate Finance Committee in support of Senate Bill 19-181. My speech is posted on Facebook. I won't repeat that, but if anyone has questions, I encourage you to read it. We're obviously going to discuss that bill later today, so I won't add any more commentary at this time. I also co-hosted the coffee chat on March 1st with Trustee Hammerly, and I'll let her give the update on that, but that's all I got.
All right, thanks, Neil. Sandy.
As Trustee Shaw indicated, we co-hosted the First Friday on March 1st. Among the topics that were brought up, we had a couple of folks talking about the continued lack of construction of ranch-style units in Superior. Even though there's not a whole lot any of us can do about it, there's a lot of frustration in that area because it means that a lot of folks are leaving town because we don't have housing as people downsize. We also had a request that we get regular reports on the airport consultants' work. And hopefully as they get started on that, we can start giving some more regular updates to the community on that. One of the things that came up that was the first time I'd heard of this since I've been on the board, there was a request that Superior look into restricting or banning wood burning in outdoor fire pits. Currently you can't do that in Rock Creek anyway, so there's a significant part of our town that you cannot do that. But apparently there are some issues with people burning fires and the smoke going into their homes in the evenings, particularly in the summertime. It was an interesting coincidence that the very next day I heard on the television that Fort Collins has actually been grappling with the issue and has settled on 25-foot setbacks from any neighboring properties for wood burning pits, as well as a curfew after 10 p.m. that you could not burn. So I just, I thought it might be something we should at least think about for a future agenda, at least getting some feedback from the community. Half of our town doesn't allow it now. I don't know what the restrictions would be in Superior Town Center, but it was brought up by a resident, and I would like to see us at least look into it and whether there might be some options for us there, or at least be able to report back to that resident. I attended the DRCOG work session on March 6th, where the Mobility Choice Blueprint was presented. I gave all of the trustees a copy of that. That is basically the summary The actual report is available online. I gave Clint a hard copy as the alternate to Dr. Cog. It was really exciting to see what $1.6 million would buy. It's a very interesting report that was co-funded by Dr. Cog, CDOT, RTD, and the Denver Chamber of Commerce. And it talks about things other than driving to work every day. And there's some great ideas, but the most interesting part was that most of the people in the room said, okay, we got a great report. Now, what are we going to do with it? And there didn't seem to be a lot of answers. But I encourage you all to look at it, because it certainly talks about things like autonomous vehicles, which all sound very cool. But, you know, an autonomous vehicle is only good if somebody's going to use it. So it was a lot of work, but I do encourage you to go out and look at it. It's a very nice report. And then I did attend the town hall event with Representative Gray, Senator Story, and Governor Polis on Saturday. It was fabulous to have that event in our community, but what was even more fabulous is the outstanding response we had by the residents of our community and even some from neighboring communities who came and engaged and asked some really great questions on a lot of different topics. Some of them came to my attention that I didn't even think about before. So thanks to everyone who participated. And that would be it for me.
All right, thanks, Andy. Mark?
Thank you. So on February 27th through March 1st, I got the opportunity to travel to Washington, D.C. on behalf of the town of Superior. In the mayor's stead, I attended the Metro Mayor's annual Washington, D.C. trip, which is an annual trip that the Metro Mayors go on to meet with the congressional delegation in Washington, D.C. and lobby on behalf of issues, transportation issues that are pertinent to our corridor. So we met with Senator Michael Bennet, Cory Gardner, as well as Congressman Joe Neguse, Ed Perlmutter, Jason Crow, Diana DeGette, and Ken Buck's office. We also met with Department of Transportation officials, members of the Federal Railroad Administration and the Federal Highway Administration. And the purpose of the trip was to lobby for federal funding for transportation projects in the Boulder area. The focus being Highway 119, which is the diagonal between Boulder and Longmont. The project that is currently contemplated is similar to the US 36 project that was under construction over the past couple of years. So the implementation of managed lanes, bus rapid transit in that project. In connection with that whole lobbying ask, CDOT, RTD came along on the trip, and we've already assembled $77 million in funding from CDOT, RTD, municipal and county governments, and we're looking for the federal government to close that gap. So it was an interesting event. I'd never gone to DC and met with congressmen and senators before to lobby on behalf, but it was an honor to go on behalf of the town, and I appreciate the mayor giving me that opportunity. And we'll see what happens. You know, it's one of the things about this project is now with divided government, it's maybe an infrastructure project actually gets done. Who knows? Maybe some funding for transportation projects that can benefit our area. I remain cautiously optimistic that our representatives and senators will see the light and reach a consensus on that. Then on February 5th, I traveled to the state capitol with the mayor and several of you in the audience tonight to testify in support of Senate Bill 181. And then I was back at the Capitol again today, lobbying on behalf of Senate Bill 181. And hopefully we'll be talking about that later tonight, so I won't go into details about that. And then I also attended the town hall event on February 9th. Just wanted to say thank you to Representative Gray, Senator Tammy Story, and Governor Polis for coming. It was a unique opportunity to get the governor to actually come to Superior, talk to all of us, and answer questions. And I was thrilled with the turnout. We had a lot of people there. Just one upcoming announcement this Friday, March 15th. Our Superior Youth Leadership Council is hosting their Parents' Night Out. So for parents who are looking for free childcare from 6:30 to 9 p.m. at El Dorado K through 8, drop your kids off. They will feed them. They will play games. They will have a lot of fun, and you can have a night out courtesy of our Youth Leadership Council. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mark. Laura?
So on Friday, March 8th, I had the opportunity to attend the Brighton Image Summit. The purpose of this event is to empower young people from across the state to use their voice to impact government and become active community members. I had the opportunity to speak with several groups of kids around what they see as the biggest political issues affecting youth, and also how we as elected officials can better communicate and reach the youth population. Will probably surprise none of you to learn that social media was very high on their list. The kids are very articulate and impressive, and they shared a number of ideas for how we could leverage social media and also come into schools to speak directly with students. Although students from across the street came together for this conference, we unfortunately didn't have any Superior students attend. I've already spoken with Town Manager Magley. I'd like to see if we can publicize this a bit more widely next year, maybe work with some of the principals and ensure that some Superior students go. It's a great opportunity close to home. On Saturday, March 9th, like most of you, I also attended the town hall. At the event, Governor Polis, Senator Story, and Representative Gray covered a number of topics, including transportation, oil and gas, education, and infrastructure. For anyone who didn't attend, I took detailed notes on all the questions and answers, and I published them on my blog at lauraforsuperior.com, so you can still find out what was said, even if you weren't able to attend. Finally, for an upcoming event, a resident emailed us about a Superior Zero Waste event. Goal of this is to help residents of Superior learn how to recycle and compost better and get all their questions answered. This will be on Tuesday, March 26th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. and it's right at the fire station on Indiana in town. To learn more and RSVP, residents can go to ecocycle.salsalabs.org/Superior101. I will also link to this in my blog recap of this meeting on lauraforsuperior.com. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Ken?
Thanks, Laura. And the Zero Waste event is also being co-hosted by the ACES committee. One of the good things they're pushing forward. I'll be brief in my reports. I attended part of the Superior Youth Leadership Council meeting on March 6th to discuss, answer questions and discuss why I ran for trustee. It was the first time I've had an opportunity to actually sit down with the council, and it was great to hear what they were working on and to have the opportunity to work with them. So anybody who hasn't done it up here, I encourage all of you to do it. I also attended the town hall, like everybody else up here, or most other people up here. But I think I was the only one chasing a 2-year-old around the whole time. It was a great event, and I was excited to see our representatives and the governor here. And that's all.
All right, thanks, Ken. I was also at the town hall event on Saturday, and really appreciate the great representation we have with Senator Story and Representative Gray, and they're highly respected in their circles, and I think that's how they were able to get Governor Polis to come here, and just really appreciate their representation of our needs here in Superior. A reminder that I've got my full meeting summary on my mayor's Facebook page, so you can go there and check out the full meeting summary since the last meeting. Reminder that we have no second meeting in March. That our second meeting would fall in the week of spring break, so we usually take that off when it does, and so we're taking that meeting off this month. So our next meeting will be, next regular board meeting will be April 15th. And we are 1 month away from 8th, I'm sorry, thank you. I read that wrong, so April 8th. All right, thank you. And we are 1 month away from the 5th annual State of Superior Manager Mayor Update. And we have done that for 4 previous years, and we'll do that a 5th year. And we're going to be back at Brunelleschi's at 12 noon on Tuesday, April 16th. So mark your calendars, and we'll start getting the word out through the town website and Chamber of Commerce to get the word out. We spend about 25-30 minutes, the manager and I, going through a slide deck of current development activity in town. That usually is a very popular topic, and so we just kind of go through a kind of a full recap of everything that's going on in town, things that we know are coming up in town, And then we allow about a half hour for question and answer. And it's attendance on that has grown every year, and people seem to enjoy it. And last year we had a lot of new attendees as well. So it's great to see people come out for that event. And we'll do our best to, I don't think we've recorded it in the past, but maybe it's a little tough when we're off site to get a decent recording, but encourage people to come out for that event. So the date is Tuesday, April 16th at 12 noon to 1 p.m. All right, that is it for my announcements. Matt?
For April, April's the month for our next retreat. The dates I'm looking at are the 15th and the 29th. I'm not able to make the first, which is typically what we talked about having it the first Monday of the month. So we'll send out a doodle poll to the board to see dates and which of those dates and times work. And then a follow-up on the last CAPS interview we did, not the one tonight, but the one before that. We reached out to that individual a couple times and got no response. So I'm assuming that means they're not interested anymore, but just to kind of close the loop on that one.
Thank you.
That was it.
Okay, Kendra?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the record, I know a number of you mentioned lobbying. I just want to be very careful that you all were testifying as elected officials without pay. So there was actually no lobbying going on. I just want to make that clear for the record.
Using it in the colloquial.
Yes, that's a colloquial term, but it's also a very important legal term. So I just want to make it
Fair enough.
clear that no one was actually lobbying.
Correct.
Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. All right, Kendra, Phyllis, thank you. All right, that is all for reports and questions. We're now on to public comment. If you have any public comment on consent agenda or non-agenda items, you're welcome to deliver that now. And you can go first.
It's good to see you guys again. I hope that my comments don't come across as too harsh. I'm really not. I'm a nice guy.
Okay.
My name is Brad Walker. I live in the town of Superior. I live approximately 1.5 miles from the airport. I'm a private pilot, and I fly general aviation aircraft from Rocky Mountain Metro. Previously, I made comments to the board about the airport and wanted to provide an update. I've had a chance to talk to several people who work in aviation law. I've actually done some work, some research into aviation law. I've also talked to several of the stakeholders about the airport consultant contract. Here's my take on things. I've looked over the contract. In the phase 2 portion of the contract, the following wording was stipulated, quote, shall involve working in cooperation with airport stakeholders to implement realistic noise abatement solutions with initial prioritization focused on flight schools operating out of the airport. This is clearly discriminatory language. My suggestion in the future would be for the town to retain counsel with expertise in aviation law, as this would have prevented the use of such verbiage. It might not be the intent as previously mentioned by the town attorney, but at the end of the day, I'm fairly confident the FAA would look strictly at the contract and would draw a different conclusion. I want to point a few things out in the law. Code of Federal Regulations 13.1 reports a violation. States, quote, any person who knows of a violation shall report it to the appropriate personnel of any FAA regional or district office. In addition, federal law, Title 49, Section 47-101D, each airport and airway program should be carried out consistently and prevent unjust and discriminatory practices, including as the practices may be applied between categories and classes of aircraft. Singling out the flight schools is clearly discriminatory. How is this enforced? Congress has provided the FAA with broad authority to ensure airport compliance with airport improvement grant assurances. The FAA is authorized to conduct investigations, issue any orders the agency deems necessary to ensure compliance with the assurances, and enforces such orders through federal courts. Initiation of enforcement action is typically done via a Part 13 informal complaint or a Part 16 formal complaint. The town of Superior is not the regulating authority for the airport. Therefore, the FAA would have no jurisdiction in investigating this. But the town is not out of the woods yet. The airport director, Paul Anslow, has demonstrated he's a good steward of airport funds and the public trust. In addition, he's shown a willingness to work with everyone to try and implement reasonable voluntary abatement procedures. The airport consultants have also demonstrated professionalism and a willingness to work to implement reasonable changes. 6 of the 7 Town of Superior trustees live in the Rock Creek HOA. Recently, there has been a push to encourage the HOA to retain an attorney to go after the abrogation easement between the residents of Rock Creek and Rocky Mountain Metro. I certainly hope that HOA members are not being encouraged by any of the town trustees. I'm growing tired of having my rights as a pilot under attack. It's not the town focusing on the flight schools where I spend my hard-earned money, then it's my personal property rights via the Rock Creek HOA. Therefore, I'm going to be requesting the Jefferson County manager to direct the airport director to no longer participate with the airport consultants, formally or informally. This is being done to prevent the airport from being involved in any potential future FAA grant assurance violations while County Council reviews the arrangement for a potential conflict, lest I am forced to file a Part 13 complaint with the FAA. I've always said the general aviation community wants to be good neighbors. Excuse me. But I can no longer stand by when my neighbors attack my private property rights and the town board singles me out for action. Respectfully, Brad Walker.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Additional public comment?
Hello, my name is Jeremy Jackson. I think a lot of you guys have seen me hanging around since the Highlands fiasco in November. You probably didn't know me before then, but you've seen me since then. I'm here, I'm really going to endorse what one of my neighbors, Tim Howard, is about to present to you. But I wanted to do 2 things. One, I just wanted to thank the members that spoke last week in the Senate committee hearings, not just for being there, but the quality of your comments was really, really strong. It was great to be a Superior resident, and every person that testified, I listened to all 18 hours of it, actually, while I worked. Believe it or not, that's how much I care about this. But every time someone said, my name is whatever, I'm from Superior, you knew it was going to be a quality, substantive testimony. I really think it was some of the strongest that we heard, and I really appreciate everyone's testimony. I think, Neil, you had a particularly tough job in the finance because you had to tailor your comments just perfectly. So you did great on that. Number 2, I just hope that unanimously our board will adopt the resolution for SB 181. I think you saw hundreds of people storm Town Hall in November, but that was just one small group of people that care about this issue and are passionate about it. I know that I received, it's not an exaggeration to say, probably over 1,000 people in this neighborhood contacted me while I founded Safe Superior Citizens Action Group. I think people just wrongly assumed that I was educated on the topic and could help them because I was new to it. So I was getting a lot of emails, and a lot of those people have stayed in touch with me since then. And I know that there is a large group of your constituents that support this bill and would like to see our board support it and unanimously affirm that resolution. So with that, I'll pass it over to my better half here in Safe Superior, Tim Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tim Howard. I want to thank the mayor and the board of trustees for the opportunity to comment. And like Jeremy, I want to talk about the adoption of the resolution in support Senate Bill 19-181. I wrote the comments down because having been through testimony down at the state capitol over the last week, I think it's important to kind of lay out the framework when looking at this. So if we go back in November, when our town faced the threat of the 32 well site on our southernmost land that would drill under the plutonium contaminated rocky flat soil, the people of Superior came together to fight for the health and safety of our families and our towns. When we turned to you, our board of trustees, you joined us with unanimous consent to fight with us and subsequently to adopt a moratorium so that our town's ordinance could catch up and deal with this threat. Over the last 2 weeks, a number of you have joined other local officials across the state in declaring support for Senate Bill 181. I had the privilege, as did Jeremy, of hearing Mayor Folsom and Mayor Pro Tem Lasis eloquently speak before the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee about how ill-equipped our town and every town in Colorado was when it came to their ability to protect their constituents, their neighbors, from health and safety threats of unregulated oil and gas development. Again, as Jeremy noted, Trustee Shaw expertly delineated the fiscal time bomb that unregulated oil and gas development presented to towns like Superior in the absence of the local control provision of SB 181. Make no mistake, in the absence of Senate Bill 181, we do not have a regulator of oil and gas in our state. What we do have is a commission whose main goal is to foster oil and gas development and to prioritize economic returns over health and safety. The recent Martinez Supreme Court decision showed that in spades. All you have to do is read the current Oil and Gas Act to see that this is a situation and to realize that it is not a question of if, but when Superior will be fracked in the absence of SB 181. Our Safe Superior group has worked with other impacted neighborhoods over these past several months in working with, not lobbying, because none of us are paid, our legislators to rectify this situation. What has evolved is SB 181, which can serve as the foundation for responsible oil and gas development. The key to this is discarding the concept of subordinating the health and safety of the citizens and the welfare of our communities and environment to extracting every last drop of oil under our feet. The message that Superior conveys with the unanimous passage of this resolution is that every one of us stands together prioritizing health and safety of our families and our neighbors. I have testified at both the Transportation and Energy Committee and the Finance Committee. I have heard the hyperbolic arguments against this bill, and I can tell you as an investment banker, they are flat out lies. What I can tell you is that our chance to enact protections, this is our chance to enact protections that are long overdue. Each of us has a chance to raise your hand and say that yes, my first priority as a trustee of Superior is to protect the health and safety of my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. We have no presentations tonight, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have the consent agenda A, B, C, D, E, and F and H to approve tonight. We do typically like to read the proclamations. Could I have a couple of volunteers for the two proclamations on the agenda?
I'll do the first one.
Okay. Let's proceed with that, and then we'll go for a vote on the consent agenda.
Okay, this is a proclamation of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior in support of National Service Recognition Day on April 2nd, 2019. Whereas service to others is a hallmark of the American character and central to how we meet our challenges, and whereas the nation's counties are increasingly turning to national service and volunteerism as a cost-effective strategy to meet county needs, and whereas participants in AmeriCorps and Senior Corps address the most pressing challenges facing our cities and nation, from educating students for jobs of the 21st century and supporting veterans and military families to providing health services and helping communities recover from natural disasters. Whereas national service expands economic opportunity by creating more sustainable, resilient communities and providing education, career skills, and leadership abilities for those who serve. And whereas approximately 300,000 AmeriCorps and Senior Corps serve in more than 50,000 locations across the country, bolstering the civic, neighborhood, and faith-based organizations that are so vital to our county's economic and social well-being. And whereas national service participants increase the impact of the organizations they serve, both through their direct service and by managing millions of additional volunteers. And whereas national service represents a unique public-private partnership that invests in community solutions and leverages non-federal resources to strengthen community impact and increase the return on taxpayer dollars. And whereas national service participants demonstrate commitment, dedication, and patriotism by making intensive commitment to service and a commitment that remains with them in their future endeavors. And whereas the Corporation for National and Community Service shares a priority with city and county officials nationwide to engage citizens, improve lives, and strengthen communities, and is joining with the National League of Cities, National Association of Counties, Cities of Service, and mayors and county officials across the country for the Mayor and County Recognition Day for National Service on April 2nd, 2019. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the trustees hereby proclaim April 2nd, 2019 as National Service Recognition Day and encourage residents to recognize the positive impact of national service in our community and thank those who serve and to find ways to give back to their communities.
Great, thanks, Mark. And Laura.
A proclamation of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior for National Nutrition Month, March 2019. Whereas food is the substance by which life is sustained, and whereas the type, quality, and amount of food that individuals consume each day plays a vital role in their overall health, physical fitness, and their sense of purpose and meaning in life. And whereas there is a need for continuing nutrition education and a wide-scale effort to enhance good eating practices, along with opportunities to live longer, healthier lives. And whereas the Meals on Wheels Association of America established the National March for Meals campaign in March 2002 to recognize the historic month, the importance of Older Americans Act senior nutrition programs, and raise awareness about senior hunger in America. And whereas the Coal Creek Meals on Wheels delivery program provides high-quality, nutrient-dense meals every weekday to individuals limited in physical capacity due to illness, age, and/or disability, as well as weekend meals and a daily well check by a screened, trained volunteer. And whereas the Coal Creek Meals on Wheels program delivers over 1,100 meals to Superior and enhances physical health, outlook on life, connects older adults. And whereas senior nutrition programs in Colorado deserve recognition for the contributions they have made and will continue to make to local communities, our state, and our nation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the mayor and trustees hereby proclaim March as Nutrition Month in Superior, Colorado, and call on all citizens to join with us in the campaign and work to improve the nutrition of older adults and all others in the hope of achieving optimum health for both today and tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. All right, question for Kendra. Do we need a roll call vote with item H being spending, or is that resolution not?
Yes, we do.
We do,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, well, honestly, it's below the spending limit, so we brought this to the board to ratify, but because it's on there, I would suggest that we just have a roll call vote to be certain.
All right, very good.
And if I could just say, you know, I think that Siegel Public Affairs was very helpful for those of us who went to the Capitol last week in terms of, you know, being familiar with the process and just assisting us through the committee testimony. So I think we should support it.
Okay, thanks. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and second by Trustee Shaw. And roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan, Shaw,
Yes.
Squedzinski.
Yes.
All right, thanks. Motion passes. And we'll circle back to item 3G, which is adoption of a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Boulder Valley School District for use of Town Hall. And can you pull that item?
Yeah, I had a quick question for town staff. I saw in the agreement that in the section regarding facility fees that we've agreed to waive any user fees for BVSD's use of the chambers. Series of questions. Do we ever let other groups use the chambers? Do we charge them fees? Will this give a appearance of favoritism? Just want to make sure everything we're doing is
Yeah,
on the
that's a
up and
good
up.
question. We have at times let other groups use the town hall facilities, and we have not charged those groups at that time.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. If you want to go ahead with the motion, we'll
Yeah.
approve that item.
So I move to approve Town Superior Resolution Number R-16, Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town Superior approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Boulder Valley School District for temporary use of the Town Hall chambers for meetings.
Okay, motion by trustee Lish, second by trustee Hammerly. All those in favor? All right, that passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, we are on to item number 4, approval of the Planning Commission's 2019 work plan.
Thank you, Mayor. The board has a policy to approve work plans for each of the committees in the Planning Commission each year, which provides the committee or commission with direction on items to work towards for the current year. A clean copy of the Planning Commission's recommended work plan has been included in your packet, as well as a red line copy based on that staff has made based on board's discussion with regard to the work plan and items that were discussed at the dinner with the Planning Commission. Bob McCool, the chair, Lisa Ritchie, the vice chair, are here tonight to answer any questions and provide any additional information that they would like to the board, and any questions the board may have for them.
Okay, very good. How would the board like to proceed? You want to have some discussion, or have Planning Commission Chair McCool come up and
Well, I just have a question based on the changes to the work plan. It looks like we've removed all references to the Northwest area subplan work. And so does this basically mean they're going to do nothing with it at this point? I want to have some clarity on what we want them to do at this point.
It is still there as item number 6. It's the Northwest Superior Planning Project. It's just now focused more to the marketplace.
And that's, I personally am not comfortable with the fact that we've done all this work and now the only thing we're going to have them do anything. I understand that we have some concerns about certain things, but to have them completely stop any work related to Original Town, I am not comfortable with that change to their work plan, and I am personally very disappointed that we have removed all references and basically the work that they've done, we've asked them to stop.
Good. Others' thoughts on that?
I'd like to hear from Bob and Lisa.
Okay. All right, if you'd like to come on up, that'd be great.
Bob McCool, 312 West Coal Creek Drive in Superior, Chair of the Planning Commission. I'm not sure what you want to hear from me. The last I heard, we had a work session, and there was, I think the attorney expressed concern about a moratorium, wanted to discuss that in private session. That's the last I've heard. And now we receive a red line copy with, I don't know, $125,000 worth of consultant work, 2 years worth of Planning Commission work, 2 years worth of community meetings is just off. Trustee Hammerly brought it up, and y'all sat there silent. We've not heard a thing. So, I don't know what you want to hear from me. What are you looking for? Because I don't know. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
I think, Red, I probably share Commissioner McCool's sense of possible frustration, although we haven't heard from you yet enough to know where you all are landing on this. But in our opinion, we've spent a lot of time, we've spent a lot of significant effort. We've engaged this community to a degree that, in my experience here as a resident, we had yet to do with Original Town. And the result of this, I can say truly was not driven by a desire of an outcome, a specific outcome from the Planning Commission. What we heard were presented ranges of options, and all of these options that are presented in the Northwest Superior Area Plan were selected by the residents of Original Town. In my experience, when you listen to what the residents of Original Town say, they've long been overlooked, they've long been ignored, they've long been set aside and trampled over. And I think if the board continues to do that by the action of crossing this item out, you're going to be reinforcing that message, and I think it's going to be extremely disappointing to the residents of Original Town. Planning Commission's fine. This, we were doing work based on a scope that the board approved.
board checked in frequently enough. We felt like we had check-in, we had direction to continue along. And the outcome based in the plan was a community-driven result. And so I think it would be extremely disingenuous at this point to stop it short. If we have legal constraints, let's explore that. But at this point, to just stop the plan in entirety when it relates to possible changes for regulations in a regional town, I think is extremely premature. So I would urge you to consider, and as well as provide direction, either through the city attorney or through the board on possible outcomes that you would consider and encourage us to explore to meet the goals of the community that we heard. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lisa.
And I do still have my question, because we've not been given an explanation. We sat through a work session and we received an agenda with an item crossed off. And can somebody please address it to us, or are you just going to vote and do we just take it and stand here, or what's?
No, we're going to have.
Can you share that with us? Because I can't speak to you about anything because you've taken it all off the table. So if our work plan is to go review future developments and that's all you want us to do, then that's a huge change in our work plan. So.
Okay. I think David would like to speak, and then we'll have some further discussion.
David Harper, 104 6th Avenue, Planning Commissioner. I just want to point out that we are being overtaken by events in terms of development in Original Town. There are 4 condominiums and I think 2 more going up on William Street. There are 2 houses being built on Douglas Street. The development on Rogers Farm is going ahead. The lots along 3rd Street and Coal Creek are already being sold and will be built on shortly. If we don't proceed with this Original Town activity quickly, there'll be little point left in doing it at all, actually. So I really think we should get going if we want to have a positive outcome from the activities we've spent the last 2 years working on.
Okay. I think for me, at the work session, the reality that we were going to have to do an overlay district with land use code changes to affect any kind of meaningful outcome, that was troublesome to me. I guess had imagined that it would be perhaps something that would be optional for people to either do what is allowed under the code or do something else, design enhancements, better, maybe some front porch exceptions if they wanted to, and they would get some incentives for doing so. But to say that the only way to get those is to have this overlay zone and be under these new restrictions, I think that is a significant change to the code, as it were, and all of the projects you mentioned are underway. And so then the question is, well, what are we doing this for? And yes, there's a lot of other lots that could be developed, but they're not going to be done at the same time, and perhaps nothing will be done on the same scale as Rogers will.
This isn't about Rogers Farm. It has never been about Rogers Farm. My original explanation on the Northwest Area Plan excluded Rogers Farm. That's not what this has been about.
Okay.
And you've known for 8 months that we've been talking about an overlay district, and we weren't stopped. So there's a process concern, a deep process concern, where we continue to work and spend town money engaging a consultant, getting, 40 minutes of your time at a work session that we can't even get through our discussions, and it doesn't get rescheduled. We don't have additional meetings with you. You guys have complained about it. You've not done anything to correct it. Yet now we just get denied when something that we've put a lot of work into, we believe is extremely important, and without explanation, come to a work session and see that staff has scratched off the work we've done, just scratched it off. Not even the courtesy of having a meeting with us, maybe even attending a planning commission meeting, talking it through. So I'm not sure where Rogers Farm came into play. This wasn't about Rogers Farm. This was about the fact that homes like the Maple Street homes can be built on any one of our properties, any one of our lots. Any one of the lots that one person owns 3 lots of can break apart and build these very huge, they're huge homes. They're too big for the lots.
So I think, Bob, Lisa, David, I think you have every reason to be upset with the board. I think the board totally failed the planning commission. And
Not the planning commission, the community.
Yeah,
well, we failed
yeah.
failed ourselves. We failed the planning commission. We failed the consultant. We failed the community. You know, when we originally approved the contract to retain the consultant, I think we were in a rush to approve the consultant without having a clear discussion and understanding of what we were going to get with our $125,000, $150,000. You know, that was one of my concerns. That's one of the reasons why I voted no, because I didn't have sufficient information at that point in time as to, you know, I don't want a consultant to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a plan that looks nice and that is not implementable. You know, like I want.
But it is implementable. It's a decision on your end not to implement it. It's fully implementable.
Well,
your attorney sat here and said it's implementable.
Devil's
in the details and lots of care, for sure. But
so I think we had, I think we rushed to approve something without a full understanding and appreciation for, you know, what would be done. You know, and I think, you know, for me, personally, seeing, you know, to the mayor's point, proposed land use changes, you know, zoning changes that would need to be part of anything to effectuate, you know, one of the goals, to me was something that I needed to have opinion from council first, and that should have been something that we got before we hired the consultant to begin with, right?
Or any other time in the last 8 to 10 months.
Secondly, the idea of working on the marketplace and implementing changes to the marketplace when we don't own the marketplace, and there weren't any discussions with the owner of the marketplace as to whether or not they actually wanted to partner with us, is a backwards way of going about trying to implement some change. So I think we first needed to have buy-in from the owner to see if they would be amenable to it. So when we get a plan from the consultant and from the planning commission that says, these are the changes that we're suggesting to the marketplace, when we haven't actually had the discussions with Brixmor as to whether or not they would be in favor of implementing these changes. And then secondly, when we have a recommendation that there should be zoning changes to an area without an opinion from the attorney as to whether or not that's feasible, that to me is putting the cart before the horse and necessitates us pumping the brakes. So, you know, irrespective of, you know, these red line changes to the work plan, I agree with you. I think, you know, 40 minutes in a work session was not sufficient time to review all of the work from this plan. And I'm just suggesting that we throw it out. We should continue to have, you know, discussions about this.
Then the plan will need to be changed, because right now there's nothing on this plan about discussions. There's been no discussion. I mean, we are walking into this from the February 11th work session meeting, where the last thing we heard was you were going to meet with the attorney on the moratorium because she was concerned about. That's it. That's what we've heard until we receive this agenda. So you really want to approve this work plan tonight? Or do you want to meet with us and give us, and the community, probably more so, the attention that it deserves after almost 2 years worth of work?
Okay, we're not in any rush to approve or not approve this work plan. So apologies for not having better dialogue between February and now. That's on me, that's on the board. And we did have discussions with the attorney in between, and that is what has framed the direction that we're going here. So, I mean, and that's what we're doing here, is just trying to get a little bit more information from each of the board members. And I'd like to hear from the public that would like to comment on this. And if we...
I don't think it's appropriate to ask for the public to speak on the Northwest area plan when you have a work plan agenda. That's a general agenda for the work plan for the,
well, we have an
for
agenda.
the planning commission to strike something that the community has spent countless hours responding when they don't even know that that's what's happening here tonight.
We have an agenda item, and we will have public comment for agenda.
Oh, that's fine.
items, so.
I just hope you're not expecting that to be public comment on whether it's appropriate or inappropriate to remove the Northwest area plan from from our work plan.
Okay.
Because that feels inappropriate.
Okay, let's hear from Ken.
So to frame my understanding of how we got from here, from where we were to where we are today, we had our executive session to get guidance from our town attorney. And based off that guidance, staff made red lines, but it wasn't red lines that would go into effect. It was red lines for discussion tonight. So just because there's red lines, I don't think we should take that these are what's going in, because I have changes to the red lines that I want to discuss. So I make sure this is a starting place, not an ending place.
Okay.
Not speaking for Neil or Laura, but for myself, I find myself in a bit of an awkward place right now because I wasn't on the board when we entered into this agreement with the consultants. I didn't have any input when we started down this path. I have avidly watched the direction you guys have gone, and I really appreciated what we discussed at the work session. I too have concerns about any path forward that impinges on property rights of residents. I agree we want to do what we can to protect the character of original town, but if that means taking away the rights of current residents to not be able to build in the manner with which their current code has allowed for however many years, that gives me pause. If the plan had more direction for incentivizing, where it was all incentives and not this is a change to your zone, that's something I would be much more willing to work with. What those incentives are, I'm not an expert in, and that's more of what I was hoping to see at our work session. There were incentives there, but I don't know if those incentives were strong enough to see the change that I think everyone here was hoping to see. So I don't know if it's possible to get to that change without a change in zoning. So I find myself in a very difficult spot because I, like Mark said, really wish these conversations could have taken place however many months ago when we got there. Right now, if we can continue forward to identify any incentive-based change that could meaningfully get us to where we want to be, I would support that. I would have concern about how much money it might cost if we have to go back and amend the contract to get to that. It's a conversation I want to have, but not knowing what that would be, that's just a hurdle that I'd have to get over. I've got other comments on the work plan, but we can stick with this. That's easiest.
Okay, Laura.
I mean, I'll keep my comments brief. I agree with everything that Ken just said. I was really disappointed at the February 11th work session that we weren't able to get through more. I think we probably should have divided it into two topics. And again, I deeply apologize that we haven't rescheduled that yet, as it's something I'm really eager to see as well.
Again, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm sitting where I sit, I got to say, I have nothing to do here other than apologize. And when we came out of executive session, I was under the impression a conversation was going to happen before this thing showed up on the agenda. This was a surprise to me that you guys didn't even see it till it got published last week. And that's completely unfortunate because this conversation needed to have happened before it showed up on the agenda. And we've got to have a discussion around if we are going to move away from the plan, what can we salvage, what can we use, not just strike it from the work plan directly. If we can't do an overlay district because of legal ramifications, maybe there's something in everything that's been done that we can use going forward. Let's have that conversation. Let's not just strike it and move on.
Okay.
So from day one, I think I could probably pull up my public comment. I stood up here and told you that we needed to make land use code changes, that my recommendations would be about land use code changes, that would be necessary in order to impact the changes in original town 2 years ago. You can look at it on the original document that I provided to Matt 2 years ago. If you think I'm interested in working on a project in a manner like this again, you're crazy. And any other commission that you have that has to go through a process like this, and then you come back and do something that you've had a year and a half to put your brakes on, it's one of the most, it's inappropriate. It's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our tax dollars. I'm just blown away what we could have done with $100,000. I could think of lots of things we could have done with $100,000 if you'd have put the brakes on this when it certainly wasn't from lack of communication. I think you're hurting the community. I think you're hurting your commissions. And I think you better seriously sit back and think about your processes and how you work with the volunteers in this town. I'm not the only one that's upset. I don't know if they have anything else to add. Sounds like you've made up your mind, so I guess I'll let you continue discussion. If you have more questions, I'll be delighted to answer them.
Okay, certainly understand the frustration, and what I heard was that we're not ready to just shelve this and forget about it. I think there is a lot of valuable work that was done. I mean, we did have to kind of go through a process to see what possibilities were available in order to make some kind of decision. So I think, I feel like we would have fallen under a great amount of criticism had we shut this down at the very beginning and not let the Planning Commission work on it. It would have just kind of validated that we're okay not looking at anything. So I think to the prior board's credit, we were interested in looking at this and evaluating outcomes, but that's, this is a different board than what, approved it in the first place. And so that's where we are.
And I think there's a tremendous amount of, good ideas in this plan, right? And, the question that I asked from the beginning, and this was the question that I don't recall receiving an answer to at the outset, which is why I wasn't comfortable supporting the contract to begin with, is there are ideas that are good ideas, and then there are ideas that we can actually execute on and implement. And I didn't receive a clear enough answer, at least to my satisfaction, that, what was going to be done by the Planning Commission and by the consultant was something that we would actually be able to adopt, because I didn't want you to waste your time, and I didn't want the consultant to waste the consultant's time. But that was one of the problems with, I think, the board's decision at that point in time, and I don't think the mayor was here for that vote. That this contract was adopted without, I think, a clear answer as to what the deliverable is going to be. And anytime that you have a situation where you spend first without having a clear understanding of what the deliverable is going to be, you're going to waste taxpayer dollars, you're going to not get your money's worth, you're not going to be satisfied with the result because you're going to have miscommunication. So, the question is, where do we go from here? So, I don't think we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We've got a lot of good work that's been done, but we need to pump the brakes a little bit and see, okay, what can we use, what can we not use? And, is there a way to kind of right the ship in a way that works for the Planning Commission, that works for us, that works for the community, that works for the consultant? And I think that, what we've done right now is you've done a year plus of work, almost 2 years of work. We've had a 40-minute work session on this topic, and then a minor little executive session. So, to Ken's point, this is a red line document that he's got red lines too. I think we want to continue to work on this, but I agree that the way in which this was delivered to you was wrong, and I apologize for that. But I think we need to let's take things a little slower and figure out what's the appropriate next step. Because, I can understand your frustration. So why am I wasting my time volunteering for the town if my work's not going to be appreciated? I would feel you're being way more polite than I would be if I were in your shoes. But that said, I think we need to have a solid understanding of where we actually do go from here, what we can use, what we can implement, and what we're interested in implementing. And I don't know if that discussion has really happened. We haven't had enough time to talk about it, in my opinion. But I'm also eager to hear from members of the community if they want to speak on public comment.
Okay. All right, let's offer an opportunity for public comment. If anyone would like to speak.
Real quick before we do that, so just to make sure that we're all on the same page, are we going to give multiple public comment opportunities, or should we first go through all of the red lines and then people can speak to the agenda as a whole, or the work plan as a whole?
I think rather than trying to rework this tonight from the dais, I think we tabled this item and have some further work on this. I'd like to hear from anyone in the public tonight that would like to comment, but I do not foresee having a finished product here tonight.
I would also just like to see if we do that we sit down for another roundtable work session with the planning
I think that would be appropriate, yes. Mr. Kuffner.
Yeah, Richard Kuffner, 411 West Charles, been a 68-year resident here. My grandpa come here in 1850. I don't know even where to start with this, you know. We've owned that property that he's been after for 3 years. He stood right up here before he ever got on the planning commission when the other board was here and says, that multiple zoning on that property shouldn't be there. And he had 2 board members that said the same thing. So he's been after the multifamily property in the original town for a long time. And he pulled your smoke screen over the board members about how he wanted to do all this. He had meetings. I went to 4 of the meetings, and it was pretty even. And if it would have been the original town people, they were against it. But they had people from 6th Avenue, this gentleman. They had Sagamore. They had Rock Creek residents voting with the clickers. Okay? So then when it got to where some of the times when there was more Rock Creek people and the original town people, we was getting outvoted. So they didn't like the outcome on that. So what do? They go back. He has them fine-tune their approach on it and say, well, let's do this, and see if we can snooker them. The last meeting I come to here, I had 10 people in the back that wanted to vote. She gets up and says, okay, here's the plan here. Do you agree or disagree? Push 1, 2, or 3 on your clicker. We push our clicker and she stands there and goes, oh, well, the clicker isn't working. Okay? Right then, this whole thing would have been done. But you know what? He has been pushing this. And then you're from 6th Avenue, I take it. Right. Do I complain sitting down here?
Let's Mr. Kuffner, sir. Mr. Kuffner.
Block my view? No.
Mr. Kuffner,
Yeah.
Can you please address us?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Anyway,
let's not engage
but
with
it upset me when I see a guy that just moved here saying that we got to do something to the people that has lived here and paid the taxes in this town for 10 generations. Okay? And I think you're doing a right thing because you are stepping on pretty close to takings and people's property rights. And we're aware of it. So I quit coming to the meetings because I figured it was, after that, everybody had all in tables and that, and it wasn't right what was going on. And I hope that you all understand that. You know what? As all this is done, it's driven the development of the Rogers Farm. It's driven all the vacant lots on the other end that can go, and it's driving ours now. Because I'm telling you right now, we're in negotiations to sell it all. So, I mean, if you want to go spend a bunch more money, go ahead. But we're going to do what we're supposed to be able to do. So I'm sorry I'm upset tonight, but I thought this was going to happen earlier. But I'm just telling you, a one-man show cost the town $150,000 almost.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. Any additional public comment? Okay. I would suggest that we table this. We have discussion, further discussion when we can set up another meeting with either a subset of the board or the whole board with the planning commission. We'll figure that out, but we'll have further discussion to kind of fine tune the work plan. And I appreciate y'all coming down tonight. Apologize for not, and that really falls on me. I mean, I should have at a minimum reached out to the commission and Bob. So Apologies.
I'd like to ask that when we have that meeting, let's try and not squeeze it into a work session or something. Let's have it at just a Tuesday evening or something where we can actually have a solid dialogue with the Planning Commission on this. I was not at that Planning Commission work session. I'm sorry, I was homesick that night. But, you know, I appreciate the input that we've heard from the residents, and we want them to be able to come in and hear those discussions also and hear what the give and take back and forth is between the board and the Planning Commission. So I really ask that we not try and do this as a work session because it's just too time constrained, and I think you guys deserve our full attention for that evening.
I just wanted to make a final comment. There was clearly a single but very large piece in here that drove tonight's conversation. But beyond that, I think this is a fantastic work plan. I appreciate the steps that the Planning Commission has taken to try to show that they want more responsibility, they want to do more for the town, they want to add value wherever they can. And I think there's a lot in here that shows that pushes us in the correct direction. And I look forward to going over it with you guys when we get the opportunity. But I appreciate you bringing forward a really robust and ambitious work plan. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Anything further before we move on? Okay, we'll move on to item number 5, adoption of a resolution in support of Senate Bill 19-181 concerning additional public welfare protections regarding the conduct of oil and gas operations.
Sorry. Thanks, Mayor. Attached is a resolution for the board's consideration in support of Senate Bill 19-181, which is currently going through legislation with regard to oil and gas and the ability for local governments to have additional powers to protect the health, safety, and welfare environment of their community. Draft resolution has been updated by the town attorney. Did you send that today?
I did.
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
And your packet was updated with that latest copy, so I think the version that's in your packet is the updated.
Yeah, the resolution should be fine, yes. And as you probably know, apparently the bill is going to be, and maybe already has been, amended this week. So you're supporting it in its version that it is right now. It will be amended, probably more than once.
Okay.
So I suggested that we should include this resolution. The town of Longmont similarly adopted a resolution in support of Senate Bill 19-181. I went down to the Capitol, testified in support of the Transportation and Energy Committee with the mayor, with Tim and with Jeremy. You know, we sat through testimony for the better part of the entire day on Tuesday, 12 hours. So, you know, we heard both sides, and the way that the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee ran the hearing, it was really fair, in my opinion. The way they structured it, they would have a panel of proponents and a panel of opponents, and they had a panel of municipal elected officials who were in support of it, and then they had a panel of industry groups that were opposed to it, and then they had a panel of citizen, activists that were for it, and then they had a panel of municipal and county officials that were opposed to it, and then they had remote testimony from all over the state, Grand Junction, La Junta, you name it. The totality of all of that testimony that we heard we heard it all. We heard a very fair and just balanced take on this bill. We heard all the arguments for it. We heard all the arguments against it. And, ultimately, sure, there have been some amendments. I've read through all the amendments that have currently been proposed and adopted. And in my opinion, nothing changes because the framework that this bill proposes to enact does two things. And both Tim and Jeremy during their public comment touched on this. But number one, it implements prioritizing public health and regulation of oil and gas development by the COGC instead of fostering oil and gas development, which is what currently is the law, right? And the effect of that change is directly in response to the Supreme Court's decision in the Martinez case, where they were trying to force the COGCC to prioritize public health and safety and the public welfare in oil and gas siting decisions. And the Supreme Court said, sorry, the law just doesn't say that. The law says that the mission of the COGCC is to foster oil and gas development. And they can take into consideration public health, but only as a kind of secondary consideration or tertiary consideration because the priority of the COGCC is to foster development. So that's a major change. And that's a change that is going to remain in this bill independent of any of the amendments that have been suggested to date. And I just can't imagine that it's going to change with any amendments to come. Secondly, and most importantly for us, is the concept of local control. And, you know, as we all know, when oil and gas came knocking in November of 2018, right here on our doorstep, we had a packed town hall full of residents that were concerned about the health and safety of the community, of, you know, the air pollution that's going to be caused, of the property values that are going to be decreased, and, you know, the fact that these wells would be 700 to 800 feet from people's backyards and less than 1,000 feet from an elementary school. And they came looking to us for help, and we listened. It was one of my proudest moments on the board. We, as a united group, listened. But the answers that we were able to give is, we will do everything within our power to help you. And what power is that? We have no power, but we feel for you. And what the state legislature is proposing to do here is to actually equip us with some power in this decision-making process. So when we get the next oil and gas application, and there will be a next oil and gas application, this is not something that is going to go away. You know, we may have had a false sense of security because we hadn't confronted this in the past. But there will be, as long as there's oil and gas in the ground, there are going to be companies that are looking to extract it. And, you know, we have the unique threat that we've got a Superfund site immediately to our south. So what Senate Bill 181 does is it gives us the power to have some say in the land use decisions that we have the power in any other industry. If anybody wants to build something in the town, they submit a land use application just like any other development, and we have the ability to approve or deny those land use applications, you know, consistent with our town code. And now we have the opportunity to codify our own code to regulate oil and gas operations in Superior for the benefit of our residents. So, you know, these big kind of basic themes and structures of the bill are not changing, right? We're going to have prioritization of health and safety over fostering oil and gas development. We're going to have the ability to have local control as a municipality, which we currently do not have. And these are two incredibly important steps that we have right now, an opportunity, a unique opportunity, because we have the legislature that we have and the governor that we have, that in other political climates would not be, we would not have a similar opportunity to make a positive change for our community. So like Longmont, I think this is something that is critically important for us to pass strongly, unanimously, as a showing of solidarity amongst Front Range municipalities, so our elected officials down in Denver, when they're going through this debate process, know that not only are the municipalities coming and showing up at committee hearings and testifying about it, they're passing resolutions in support. All of this matters. All of this matters. And in my opinion, will make it more likely that a bill like this will actually succeed. So I'm really happy that the town is considering this. I'm really happy that we have done what we've done so far, and we need to keep it up. And this is the next step in that process.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And just anyone possibly have anything to add beyond what Mark has thoroughly covered? Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Neil.
I actually want to make it clear that I'm generally not in favor of resolutions of support for legislation at the Capitol. There's no less than 425 bills making their way through the Capitol right now, and many of them have some periphery impact on both this town, its residents, and we could spend literally every waking hour for the next 5 years debating those 425 measures, no question. But this bill is very different for me, and I'd like to believe the town as well. I'll be honest, and I think that the scare by Highlands last fall was a short-term blip by a wildcatter trying to stake a claim to a piece of land before the votes on 112 and 74. If either had passed, Highlands would have probably benefited from probable litigation. Since both measures failed, Highlands left town with their tail between their legs and literally no impact to their bottom line. I doubt this project, if you can call it that, even ranked in the top 10 goals for 2018. But for me, what it did do is help catalyze the glaring inconsistencies as it relates to state law, local control, and oil and gas development. If someone wanted to try to build a gold mine or any other mineral development, the operator would actually have to work with our local communities, the affected communities. I actually still can't wrap my head around why oil and gas gets a special pass. So as I mentioned earlier, I went to the Senate Finance Committee earlier this week, or actually last week, March 7th, when it was reviewed by the Finance Committee. The chairwoman running the committee, she appeared to wanting to allow for a very balanced approach, 3 supporters followed by 3 that were against, and she also stressed that the committee was only interested in hearing about the financial aspects of the bill. So as Tim mentioned, I focused a bit on the fiscal time bomb, which I like those words, the current legislation allows for a town such as our own. We would be on the hook for anything that goes wrong. The state funding for remediation of abandoned wells is underfunded. So our town would be looking at dealing with that if, in this case, Highlands filed for bankruptcy and split town, it would suddenly become an obligation for us. So while the bill has now passed 3 committee readings and it's been entirely on party line votes, I'm extremely disappointed by that. I think most of the board and probably many residents know how I feel with respect to local control and the ability of our residents to have an actual vote as it relates to the town development. This bill does help to bring some of that back. So I fully support the resolution, as I think the voice of our town needs to be added to the voice of the residents throughout the state, such that the economic interests are given an aspect of local control over their own priorities. So I fully support it, as Mark said. I think passing it on a unanimous vote would be fantastic, but at the same time, I think it's really important that we keep our eye on making sure that this thing gets all the way through, and that we go ask every friend that we have in every other community to go and lobby their advocate and testify to their legislatures that this is something that's important for all of them. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Sandy.
I'm going to make my comments very short. I think everybody in the room knows how I feel about resolutions and proclamations in general. This happens to be one of the ones that I believe we are absolutely doing the right thing. The main paragraph for me is that it clarifies that local governments have the authority to use their land use and police power to regulate oil and gas and remove certain exemptions from this authority. To me, there is nothing else that needs to be said. I fully support this resolution, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
All right. Thanks, Sandy. Ken.
I'll be brief, and I'll try not to repeat lots of the good comments that have already been said. There's really 2 factors that come down to me supporting this piece of legislation that haven't already been said. One, this really balances the playing field. When you look at every other industry in Colorado, there is not law that says just foster this industry and put them up on a pedestal like there is with oil and gas. This really brings back down the industry to every other industry that we can regulate within the state. Second, it really comes down to local control. This is not the death blow to oil and gas that everyone thinks it is. This is really getting down, allowing regulation to the people that understand the towns and the areas the most. So here in Superior, we can judge what's best for our residents because they couldn't even fit in here when they tried to come and tell us. If there's other communities that have other viewpoints, that's great. Let them govern the way they want. That's the way it should be. So for that reason, I'm going to support this, and I hope that every other municipality passes resolutions similar to ours and takes steps to really unshackle our hands that we found we had when we tried to address Highlands.
All right, thanks again, Lori.
So when I looked at the bill originally, there were two things that I love about it. I love that the framework is changing from fostering oil and gas development to protecting health and safety and putting that on equal footing. To me, that's critical, and that's what we're here to do. I love that we're giving more local control. I think that's essential. I think Highlands had no idea what they were getting into when they filed that permit. They probably barely knew where Superior was on the map, let alone that we're a town of 4 square miles. As I've reached out and talked to people about this bill, it's been clear that they have no idea what Superior is like. It's become clear when they say, oh, well, what are your reasons for being against it? I say Superior is 4 square miles. It's a very different game than many other towns. That said, I generally, my philosophy in life is I don't think it's ever appropriate to take a stand on something without fully understanding the other side. So as I told many of you, I spent the weekend reaching out to opponents of the bill saying, what am I missing here? This seems like a brilliant bill. How are there people opposing this? Learned a lot of things that I actually don't love about the bill. Some little nitpicks, some things that I hope might change as it continues through the process. Right now, I'm not sure that it is the best thing for Colorado, but that said, I was elected to protect the health and safety of Superior, and I think this bill does that. I don't see anything else on the horizon that will protect the health and safety of Superior, so I will be voting yes for this resolution.
Thanks, Laura. My first 4 years in office, I would go to dozens and dozens of meetings with other mayors and council members from around the area, and the oil and gas, other than transportation, oil and gas was a primary discussion with mostly our neighbors in the east, and I just would sit back, not having a lot to add to the conversation, because just thinking, we don't have that and probably never will, and it never occurred to me that we would be thrust into this. And what I've learned since is that we really are just an example of what could happen all along the Front Range. And so this is big for Superior, but this is really big for Colorado. And because when oil prices rise, the U.S. has become quite the producer of oil and gas, which is good for energy independence and national security and many other reasons, and lower prices. So that's good, but it should not be at the expense of health and safety, and it should not also be at the expense of people who bought into communities thinking that they would never have to deal with impacts of oil and gas. And so that was what became very clear to me is that the Niobrara Formation is under all of us. It's under the entire Denver metro area, north, south. It's just deeper and it's a little harder to get to, but our technology has come amazingly far distances in the last 10 years, and I'm sure the next 10 years and beyond, they're going to be able to go deeper, they're going to be able to go farther horizontally, and they're going to be able to get at it. And as prices rise and it becomes economically feasible to get it, they're going to go after it. But the places to go into the ground are going to become very critical to many, many communities like Superior. So this bill is long overdue to address the many shortcomings that were never imagined. So I think it goes without saying that I'll be supporting the resolution of support, and will be working to further the passage of it as it moves through the state legislature. And I'm very proud of our town. I'm very proud of our residents who have stepped up to come together and be a part of this solution. So thank you all.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Are we done?
Oh, let's have
sorry.
opportunity for public comment. I know you two gentlemen commented earlier, but if there's others in the audience who would like to comment on this agenda item, please do. Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion of the Town of Superior Resolution Number R-18, Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior supporting Senate Bill 19-181, a bill concerning additional public welfare protections regarding the conduct of oil and gas operations.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and second by Trustee Hammerly. All those in favor? All right, passes unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is number 6, adoption of a resolution approving the purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of the Ridge 2 property, Superior Metropolitan District Number 1.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, there's an agreement for consideration of the purchase of a 5.7 acre parcel from Vested Holdings LLC by Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, which is the town's water, sewer, and storm district. The property is located west of McCaslin Boulevard, north of the Ridge subdivision, which is the townhome subdivision, and is adjacent to the town's water treatment plant and terminal reservoir. Property is currently zoned agricultural urban reserve and identified as future commercial use in the comprehensive plan. Property's been identified as a strategic acquisition by District 1 due to the property being adjacent to our key essential town infrastructure and resources, the water treatment plant and terminal reservoir. It's adjacent to the Ridge townhomes to the south, water treatment plant to the north, terminal reservoir in Boulder County open space to the west. Purchase price for the property is $700,000. Property was platted and had an improved plan development back in 2007, which has since expired, which was for a proposed office development park. It's sat vacant since the PD has expired. District 1 has budget implication. District 1 has will have an ending fund balance this year of $1.48 million in the water operating fund and $11.8 million in the water capital fund. The water capital fund reserves are projected to increase to over $13 million at the end of the 5-year planning period in 2023. As a result, the district has adequate reserves to purchase this property, which is again adjacent to essential infrastructure for the town. And then beginning in 2020, just so everybody keep reminding you, over the next 30 years, the district will have a new annual payment of $1.6 million to help fund the Windy Gap project that we're a party to. Staff is recommending that the board approve this agreement.
Okay, thanks, Matt. We'll have an opportunity for questions from the board. We'll offer an opportunity for public comment and then any final discussion. So questions to start with, Ken?
Matt, can you just clarify for the people watching at home, is any of the $700,000 going to be financed in any way, or is it coming out of reserves completely?
None will be financed. It'll be all out of reserves.
And with it coming out of reserves, will this purchase increase any operational risk for our water or sewer operations?
It will not.
And further, will this purchase increase the risk of our ability to participate in the Windy Gap firming project going forward from a fund perspective?
It will not.
And from a just operational perspective, this purchase will allow us to grow. Is there an estimate from town staff at any point in time that we'll actually have to grow our infrastructure in that area and utilize this, or is this to help us react when we do get to that point?
It's the latter. It's help us react to any federal or state mandates that may come down in the future, which we are not aware of at this point. And you never know what those are. So it's more of a long-term planning, strategic purchase.
Okay. And in the meantime, before we get to that point, I assume we'll leave the land as is
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
That's all I have.
Okay, others?
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Sure. Will this have any impact on SMD1 resident taxes?
No, no increases on taxes or fees related to this purchase.
So no mill levy increase?
Nope.
Will this prevent a mill levy decrease for SMD1?
SMD1 is, I don't believe it has any mill levy. It's all, oh yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. It's all fees and
It's all,
yeah, it's all fees and,
it's all fee-based.
and yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry. Threw me for a loop there.
Well, then let me ask the question. So in terms of the fees that are paying, are fees expected to increase for SMD1?
There are no fee increases proposed in the 5-year budget plan.
And then stated the same way as asked before, but is this going to prevent any fee decreases that are currently contemplated for SMD1?
It will not.
With respect to the 1.6 annual commitment, so you said that was over 30 years?
Uh-huh.
So our total commitment for that is just under $50 million?
Yes, with interest. Yep.
And for the board's education, for the public's education, we have already allocated funds in reserve right now. We have something like $10 million in a slush fund for, essentially for the Windy Gap project.
We have
A rainy day fund.
At the end
A Windy
of,
Gap fund.
At the 5-year budget plan, we'll have just over 13 million.
So some of the 50 million could come from the 13 million, but at least during the presentation that we had from Paul during the budgeting process, we talked about the ability to actually, rather than using that fund, potentially just kind of paying as we go, potentially financing. So there's a couple different options that we have available to us because right now the cost of money is cheap. And it might be better off for the town to finance this rather than just paying, the cash that we've already allocated.
Oh, the purchase, for the purchase?
No, for the
Oh,
Windy Gap.
Yeah, for the Windy Gap, right now the plan is to do a group pooled financing with the other participants over a 30-year period, which allows us to have, keep our reserves intact and make annual payments.
And has that group pooled financing already been secured, or is it kind of?
It's going through that process now.
Okay.
Yep.
When do we anticipate? That would be something that would come before the board for us to approve.
Yes, we should have something by the end of the year. Construction's been delayed because of a lawsuit that was filed by Environmental Group. So once that court has resolved that lawsuit, then we can proceed with construction and finalizing financing.
Okay. And is there any risk that, by purchasing this property that would somehow interfere with our ability to participate in that financing pool?
It does not increase the risk at all. If we felt there was any risk to us participating in the Windy Gap project due to this purchase, we wouldn't recommend it to the board.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, other questions? Okay. Offer an opportunity for public comment. If you'd like to make any comments on this agenda item, anyone? Okay. Seeing none, any final comments, and then entertain a motion?
I'll just say that, this property has been one of the target properties that's been identified by OSAC as a potential open space acquisition. Although it was the lowest priority parcel in terms of open space preservation, and one of the reasons, because it's directly next to development, sandwiched in between the water treatment plant and the Ridge development up there. It's kind of hard to access the open space because of the steepness of the hill up there and just the location of McCaslin there. And there aren't a whole number of residents that are accessing open space through that area, which is one of the reasons why open space, and Ken can correct me if I'm speaking out of turn here, that OSAC didn't prioritize it for open space preservation. That said, I think that this is a good acquisition by the town. It seems like it's a reasonable allocation of SMD1 funds. We're not going to break the bank. We're not going to result in increased fees and costs associated to our residents. We're able to, it has the added benefit of taking a parcel out of potential development, and it gives us the flexibility to expand our needs for the water treatment plant as they arise in the future. So I think this is one of those decisions that future boards will thank us for making.
Yes. Okay. Laura?
I'd also just like to say thank you to Town Manager Magley. I appreciate the negotiations you did on our behalf for this property. I think it's a good price, and I think we should go for it.
I'll agree with everything that's been said. I'll second what Mark was saying. The Open Space Committee didn't find this property to be overly attractive because it couldn't necessarily connect directly with the open space to the west, didn't hold any additional trail value, as Boulder County was not interested in adding trails to that particular area. So given the opportunity cost of not necessarily a high value open space target, not having any development on it for the past several years, and us being able to secure our infrastructure growth for our water and sewer operations going forward, this seems like one of the few no-brainers that we get on the board. So I fully support this.
Thanks.
Just a couple of comments in light of what Trustee Skaczynski just said. I want to echo the same thing. I think we're getting a fantastic price on a piece of land in Boulder County at below market, and I think jumping on it now is definitely in the town's best interest. So I'm fully in support.
Sandy, any comments? Okay. Yeah, I'll just close out by saying that, land is a rare commodity, and I think when, as a town like ours reaches build out, we need to think about parcels that might be necessary for some future operations, but at the same time, I think looking at things to say, are we looking for development to happen there? And I just, as I run through the scenarios on that particular piece of property, I just don't see development ever making sense on that piece of property. So the combination of that and the opportunity for the town to buy something that could help future operations that we don't even know about, and using our metro district to acquire that, I think it makes sense. So appreciate the town manager and staff's work on working with the owner and seller to get this together. I think it's a good opportunity for the town, so I'll be supporting it. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, Resolution Number SMD Number 1-2, Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, approving a purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of the Ridge 2 property from Vested Holdings LLC for the amount of $700,000.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Leasis, second by Trustee Hammerly, and roll call vote.
Leasis?
Yes.
Hammerly?
Yes.
Folsom?
Yes.
Skorzynski?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Lish?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Thank you all. We're on to item number 7, discussion of board communications and roles. This is going to be a board discussion about issues related to board communications and roles, including email communications, possible publication of board emails, role of board liaisons to committees, possibility of telephoning into committee meetings and policy, and social media policy. As Laura, you suggested that we might want to divide and conquer on this. I think that's a good,
I'm wondering if we just
suggestion.
take one at a time, and then we can see when we run out of time even.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good. All right. Where would we like to dive in?
Where would you like to start? So email communications has, I listed 2 email communications in general, because I know the board's had some questions about when it gets to be crossed that line that the town attorney doesn't feel comfortable with, which she lets you know about. And then the other one that's been brought up, I think at the first retreat that this board had, I think it was discussed about the possibility of publishing emails. Emily Clapper, who's on our staff, has done some wonderful research on other cities and what they do as far as publishing emails, that she can show you some software that we've that they use, those other cities. If the board is interested in publishing emails, we can have that discussion as well. So
Maybe I should just start real quickly by saying, just to start, publishing them doesn't solve the open meetings problem.
Yep.
So just, because I know I think some elected officials think, well, if we just publish them, it doesn't matter. We can talk as much as we want, and that doesn't solve the problem. So I'm not saying that there is a problem. I'm just saying that publishing them doesn't mean that we can have 500 emails back and forth on policy issues. It doesn't matter. That's still a meeting in violation of the open meetings law, regardless of whether they're published or not. So my position as to email communications back and forth between the board won't change, regardless of whether we publish them or not publish them. I just wanted to throw that out there as a baseline. So you all can decide whether to publish them or not. It does not change the analysis under the open, because as you know, there's the open meetings law over here and there's the Open Records Act over here. And the Open Records Act applies to the document that's created, the record that's created. And the open meetings law is the fact that if you all are discussing public policy, public business, outside of a properly posted meeting like we are here today, that's a violation of the open meetings law, regardless of whether that email is published or not. So that's kind of a bright line rule, but I just wanted to start there so that we don't assume that publication solves that problem. It may solve other problems, it just doesn't solve that problem. I didn't mean to silence everyone.
I mean, this seems to be the most pertinent issue to make sure that we actually are keeping ourselves out of legal liability issues. So maybe we can start there and ask questions. Kendra? Sure. So, Kendra, if I could ask just a few scenario type questions.
Sure.
And you tell me if we've crossed the line. So.
It's all hypothetical.
Yeah,
okay.
All hypothetical. Sure. So let's say we have an issue in town. We've got a sect of neighbors and residents that are up in arms, want to meet with us. Mm-hmm. Can one of us propose to the rest, let's set up a special meeting to talk to them?
Yes.
Can everybody else respond to that and say yes or no?
Yes, as far as setting up the meeting. As far as whether this is, and it's a super fine line, and it's kind of a silly line, because then if everyone says, well, I don't think it deserves a meeting, why are we having a meeting? Then it starts to get into policy discussions. At that point, I would tend to lead toward, hey, let's just set the meeting, and then everyone can decide whether they think it's appropriate or not, but it's really difficult to say.
So
if we didn't feel that meeting was appropriate, what's the best way to move forward? Just don't show up to the meeting, or how do we express?
Well, I say, no, I don't want to meet about it, right? And then if you don't have enough people to meet, then you don't meet.
So
it's the ongoing discussion about why, that's the issue. But I hear you, it's not easy to implement. If you're saying, I don't think it deserves a meeting because these are only, I'll just use, again, a hypothetical. These are only 5 people who are complaining and the rest of the town is happy, and I'm not sure it deserves a meeting, and I don't want to waste the board's time. Again, I'm going completely hypothetical here. If that's the response, that may be an appropriate response. It's once it gets back and forth in dialogue and policy, well, it's not just 5, it's actually 32 residents who I've talked to who, then it tends to get to the point where we need to put this into the public realm. And I wish I had a really good answer about when we cross that line, but I don't.
So another scenario I think pulls back from that line a little bit. Mm-hmm. So rather than the back and forth of, no, it's 32, no, it's 5, whatever, mm-hmm. if each person says yes or no, and then states their reasoning mm-hmm. behind that, but no one debates that reasoning, everyone just says yes or no and provides their reasoning, is that acceptable?
That's probably fine. Again, we remember that all these emails are public, so I always, and I defer back to, okay, those emails are public, so we're not doing anything in private. Mm-hmm. It's just that the back and forth policy discussion, if you think it will benefit the public to hear your debate, that's what I kind of bring it back to, then it should be in public. You know what I'm saying? So if it's a good debate, then it shouldn't be done via email. In other words, if the public should hear it and have an opportunity to weigh in, then I think it should be public. That's a really hard line to call, but that's generally how I go, how I think about it. If I think, oh wait, the public should be hearing this debate, it's a good debate, there are policy issues on both sides, then yes, it should be in public. If it's really, I don't want a meeting, I can't make it that night. Well, if we're not all there, then I think we shouldn't have a meeting. If those are the kinds of debates, that can happen via email. I don't think that's a problem.
Okay, so.
I'm not making it super clear, and I wish.
No, I think for my benefit, it's super clear, and to the board, to make sure all of us are on the same page. What I've just heard is, let's say we run in the scenario, we can all say yes or no. We can give all of our reasons. We do not debate with each other, but we can still make a persuasive argument for why we think it's a good or a bad idea. And then at the end of each of us putting our tally in, we can move forward. If somebody, let's say, trustee A says, this is what I'm thinking, trustee B says, this is what I'm thinking, it contradicts trustee A, but whatever trustee B said changed the mind of trustee A. If trustee A just says,
fine, I don't want a meeting,
that's still okay.
I think that's fine.
I'm okay with this path forward. Is everybody else on board with this as well?
I'm very comfortable with what we just outlined as it relates to meetings, but I now have a question around, not as it relates to meetings. May I send an email to the full board that says, don't reply, but here are my thoughts on something we're discussing tomorrow night? It sounds like.
I mean, I think it's better to do it in public.
Okay.
I mean, I think you can certainly say, you could say sort of in preparation for the meeting tomorrow, here are the thoughts I'm going to raise tomorrow night.
Yes, well, that's exactly what I'm thinking, because I don't like blindsiding people, and I'd rather people know kind of what I'm going to come in with.
I think that's fine. If you say, here's what I think, and then someone says, well, that's not what I think, then we start to get into a debate. But if you say, here's what I'm going to bring up tomorrow, I just want everyone to be able to think about it in advance, I don't think that's a problem at all.
Great to know.
Thank you. Does that answer differ if it's a public hearing?
Yes, sorry, I should have been clearer.
Okay.
I'm talking about non-quasi-judicial.
Yeah, okay.
Public.
I just want to make that
I'm
distinction.
talking about legislative actions, contracts, policy decisions.
Resolutions.
Land use, sorry, I should have been clear on that, you're right. Land use decisions I'm taking out of this, because none of this should be discussed at all as far as land use and quasi-judicial. So liquor and land use, I'll just simplify. Liquor and land use are the two things that we need to keep out of this realm. But everything else, contracts, legislative decisions, traffic, other things, yes.
Okay.
That was a really good point, thank you.
All right, the two L's.
Yes, liquor and land use, that's how I simplify it, but yes, liquor and land use.
And does that also mean that prior to board meetings, we could suggest changes to the agenda before the meeting rather than just in that beginning?
I think, again, you could say, Mayor, I propose to remove item 4C from the consent because I would like to discuss it. That's totally fine, I think. I mean, if that gives you a heads up and
It does.
gives the other trustees a heads up.
I think those types of communications allow us to operate more efficiently.
I agree.
think it gives staff a heads up on questions that need to be answered, and I think it makes us a better functioning board to have a communication that we can.
Sure.
And that is correct and appropriate. I would encourage the board to do that when you.
I would too, if you all have questions on an agenda. I know from my perspective, and I'm sure from the town manager's perspective, if you have questions that we can be prepared to answer ahead of time, it's much easier for us to get prepared, and then bring you an answer. Now, we will bring you an answer at the meeting likely, because then everyone hears the answer, but at least if you send us the questions ahead of time, that's helpful. So it's more the debate and the policy debate back and forth, that's the problem. Right. I don't think bringing up issues is ever an issue.
So one of the things that, I've done from time to time, I know that the mayor's done from time to time, bringing things that we hear about on the various, committees that we serve on. Right? So like the mayor serves on the Metro Mayor's Council, and, they may have an initiative that, they're looking for all the mayors to bring back to their respective, councils and boards. And so it sounds like, the idea of if the mayor were to email all of us and said, hey, Metro Mayors has this initiative that they're hoping all communities would get behind. I'm going to propose this be on the next agenda, and just kind of as a heads up is okay.
Yes.
a question about what does everybody think about this, and giving background information would invite, policy discussion and would be crossing the line. Is that?
I think you're exactly right. I think background information is even okay. Okay, so Metro Mayor's is proposing some tax or something, and here's all the background information. I would like to discuss this at our next meeting, or we would like to put this on the agenda. It's totally fine.
And what if we have follow-up questions that we don't necessarily understand, or we're not clear on something and we're asking for, additional information? It seems like that could easily kind of dovetail into
If you
discussions
send,
on
send those to
policy.
staff.
Or you send them staff, or you could email the mayor directly. If it's gonna come to a meeting to be discussed and you had follow-up questions, one way to avoid any potential situation is to take the rest of the group out of your questions and send them directly to the mayor, whoever, whatever board member it might be, and they could be prepared, or staff could be prepared for the meeting.
And that's another sort of, I'm going to dovetail into a separate issue, which is it's not always just reply all that creates a meeting, but it's always safer to be two of you rather than more than two of you. So in other words, if you have if the mayor is proposing something for Metro Mayors and you have a question, just email the mayor. Now, I don't think that saves it, because in the recent case, that didn't save anything. Because what happened was somebody emailed one trustee and they emailed the next trustee and they emailed the next trustee, and it didn't help. I mean, the judge basically said, come on, this is ridiculous. Just because you didn't hit reply all doesn't mean it wasn't a meeting. You all talked like this in a circle. So I don't think that should be taken too much to heart. I know some elected officials will literally only email one at a time because they think that solves the problem. It doesn't solve the problem always, because it can be taken to an extreme. But if there's one quick question, if you say, hey, what year did Metro Mayors decide to do this? Just using this as an example, and you want to just send that to the mayor, that's a quick and easy question that I think the mayor could answer. That's not a problem.
So
Well, to take Mark's point a little bit a step further, is sometimes Metro Mayors will say, we as a body would like to endorse or support this idea. And we're looking to you mayors to raise your hand or basically not object at the next meeting. I like to give our board a heads up on those things, because I'm one of seven, and a lot of them are just head nod kind of things, but so it may be something that would not necessarily come to a meeting. It would be something that I'm going to be asked to act on behalf of the town of Superior, but it either due to time constraints or others, there's time to send out the email, but the question may be prior to a next board meeting. So maybe from a time perspective, it can't happen. So the question is, still send it out, and then, asking for, I guess, kind of back to the yes or no, or reply if you've got concerns, and then that would be direction to me, okay, don't go ahead with this, or don't go ahead with the town's support of this at whatever body.
I think maybe a simple answer saying I disagree or I don't think we should move forward, can we discuss it in a meeting, is appropriate. And if there's not enough time, there's not enough time, and then you could go back to Metro Mayors and say, I'm sorry, I don't have the full support of my board yet. I'd like to have the opportunity to have a public discussion, and then I'd like to come back to you. That's one option. So you could say, hey, if everyone's not comfortable with this, if anyone's not comfortable with this, please just say you're not comfortable, and then I'll set it for the next agenda. That would be my recommendation. It doesn't always work. And again, we're doing the best we can here. This is not a perfect system, but.
So two of the, I think, more frequent kind of situations. So, we talked about the scheduling and then not veering into the policy discussions, but I think two of the more frequent types of communications that we encounter on a regular basis would be one where a resident is, we're alerted to something going on in the community, right? Sure. There's a traffic light that's not working. Yep. There, are people that aren't residents that are using our pools. There's something of that nature that maybe one of us learns of and then loops in the entire board as a heads up, as this is a problem, this needs to be addressed.
Sure.
And then another common type of communication is it originates from the residents. It's sent to the town board email. And then one of us will reply all to the resident because we want the board to understand what it is that we're saying, and we're not just having a discussion without giving the courtesy to the board to know that we responded. Or, you know, things may potentially go offline and result in a discussion. So can you kind of go through those two situations, kind of like noticing things going on in the community, where we're bringing it to the attention of the board, and where we would cross the line in terms of potential open meetings violation, and then with respect to kind of responding to citizen-initiated communications and how we should be responding to that?
So on the first one, you know, traffic laid out, something like that, I think the best thing to do is you can copy the whole board, just send it to staff, because that's going to be who's going to be taking care of it anyway, and say, if I copy this email, I'm copying the town manager, asking him to respond to you directly, then staff can take care of it. You all can step away from it, but you've done something. In other words, you know, you've asked the town staff to take care of it. That would be my recommendation on that. On the other, it may be helpful to designate just the mayor or just the manager or somebody to respond. In other words, so you're copying everyone so everyone's informed, but if there's a response, or if the response is we're going to talk about it at a meeting, that's one thing, that's an easy response. If the response is we've already dealt with this, see our minutes of blank, blank, blank meeting, that's an easy response, copy everyone on it, that's not policy making. If it's, the response is, well, I think that's a great idea, what do the rest of the trustees think? That's when we're starting to enter into the, you know, the problem zone. So I'm trying to think of a scenario there where.
So I have a real world example of that.
Sure.
Because I've responded sometimes, I think that's a great idea. I'd love to bring it up at the next board meeting. I haven't necessarily specified what does everyone else think, please respond. Does that still make it okay that I stated my opinion as long as I'm not?
I think it would be best to say, well, I mean, you can say your opinion, but you could say, I think it's a great idea, but the board needs to discuss it. And I will bring this up at the next meeting, or I will ask that this be put on an agenda for public discussion, or, you know, something like that. I think you can state your opinion, that's fine.
And it's still okay to copy the rest of the board in that?
Yes, it's okay to copy again, I don't know that copying the rest of the board is the be-all end-all as to whether it's in meeting or not. It's the amount of back and forth that trustees have about it. That's more of the problem. So I don't think you should keep others in the dark. You know, if you're saying, I think that's a great idea, I don't think you should not copy the board so as not to make it a meeting. I think it's
full disclosure, that's what I've been doing thus far, so my apologies.
Right. And I think that's a good idea, because then the rest of the board knows where you are, and that's fair. But it's if you say, I think it's a great idea, and Trustee Lacey says, or Mayor Pro Tem Lacey says, I think it's a terrible idea, and then Trustee Shaw says, I think it's an awesome idea, and then Trustee Lish says, that's terrible, then we start to get into, that's when we need to move it to a meeting so all of those opinions can be expressed in front of everyone.
What about the situation, like say there's a response from one of us, you know, maybe CCing the entire board, just saying, you know, thank you, resident, this is a great idea, you're totally right. And then the resident responds, well, what does the rest of the board think? You know, like I don't want to just hear from you, like, because sometimes we'll get that, right?
Sure.
Like the response to the resident while being, you want to be responsive, you want to be respectful, but you're not speaking on behalf of anybody other than yourself. It then invites a two-way conversation between the resident that initiated the communication.
Then I think it's the time to say, we'd like to hear from the rest of the board is, you know, if we're going to have a discussion about this with all the board members, we should set this for, you know, a public discussion. And we invite you to come, you know, whatever that may be. Or, I'm trying to think of something good to say, or come to First Riders, whatever it is where it might be discussed, if that's a better forum than on email.
I guess the problem that I have with this, and this is just kind of the slippery slope that we live in, is if we have the opportunity to actually engage with residents in a substantive way rather than just saying, come speak at a board meeting, like I want to do that, right? I think all of us want to do that.
Of course.
And I think it's the respectful thing to do. If somebody says, you know, why is this happening over here when, you know, this agreement was signed and you're not following it? And if we have the opportunity to just say, well, I want to correct the record, and, this is what the board approved on, such and such a date, and it's my understanding that, this is what the plan is going to be. That may not necessarily be the answer that the resident wants to hear, but it's the truth, and it's the best response that we can give. We're trying to be helpful. But obviously that could start the snowball rolling in terms of getting into a debate substantively on the merits of the conversation. And I guess it's okay if it's, we can do a one-on-one debate with anybody about anything really, provided that it's not a quasi-judicial land use application. But, if it's a past land use decision and somebody's saying like, well, why is this building, getting built this tall? And you say, well, we approved it to be 32 feet tall. And that's what the application contemplated. And then they come back and they said, well, you shouldn't have approved it because that violated the zoning.
Right.
I say, well, I understand that you feel that way, but this is what we approved. And then they built it according to what we approved.
Right.
That, has the ability to, we may not necessarily give the answer that the resident is wanting to hear. And it may just kind of invite a discussion. So.
And I will tell you that personally, I don't agree with any of this law. I mean, I think that as long as what you're doing is subject to the Open Records Act, I don't think any of it should be a meeting, as long as you're not voting. That's, again, and I've been speaking on this issue for 15 years, and that's always been my opinion, that I think we're not hiding anything as long as you can get it, right? So as long as we're not voting, that's always been my personal opinion, but judges don't agree with me. So judges have been taking more of the position that, email's a meeting, period. And so, while I don't necessarily agree with it, and while I do agree with you from a policy perspective that it makes more sense to respond to constituents in a meaningful way, that's not what judges think. So I'm just trying to advise you of the risks of doing that, to a point. I think all of those examples you just gave, this was our zoning decision, this is the height, this is why the building is this tall. I don't think any of those violate the open meetings law, because those are, factual answers, non-involving a policy discussion. You're basically reporting something that's already happened. I think all of those are fine. But if you say that, we approved a 32-foot building, and then another trustee says, wait, when did we do that? I don't remember doing that. I thought we approved a 31-foot building. That's when we start to get into trouble. But
if the response from the resident is then, okay, I understand that you didn't follow the law when you approved this, and that's water under the bridge. But going forward, you better follow, the agreements that are in place, and we expect, and if that is coming from kind of a misunderstanding of things, and then we try to kind of correct the record and correct the misunderstanding, because if somebody's misunderstanding something, I think it's helpful to try to cure that misunderstanding.
I agree.
Right?
And it is a slippery slope. I don't know what to say there. I think helping misunderstandings is good. I think fixing errors in perception is good, but it's the back and forth between you that creates the problem. I don't think it's one of you responding and then the rest of you not responding. It's the back and forth policy discussion that's an issue.
So the majority of emails that I send are just very short replies to the emails that we all get, the town board emails, just expressing an opinion on an upcoming agenda item or something that's on their mind. And it's, the reply is generally very short. Thank you for your message and your concerns.
Right.
Best regards, and not rendering an opinion, but acknowledging the message. And we've also, I think probably 2 years ago, we set up an auto reply, which previously did not exist, which I thought was a great addition, because there's just nothing worse than sending messages to black holes and you just never sure if it was received, read, cared about, or anything. So I think the auto reply is good for just the instant acknowledgement that it was received by the computer, and then the human element, usually within a day or 2 or 3, just kind of depending on what volume. And I'm not, as a rule, I'm not copying the whole board on that, because that would just double all of your email. It's just unnecessary. And I understand that many of you individually are responding to those same people, and I think that's great. I would encourage that to continue, because I think the more, the more that people feel like they're being heard and engaged with, the less they feel like they've got to come to the podium of last resort to express concerns to a board that's, that's not hearing them otherwise. And I feel like we're being successful with that because we don't have an hour and a half long line of unhappy residents most of the time. So.
Yep, I mean, I agree. I think, again, and if I'm copied on your email communications, once I see it getting to a point of sort of what I consider to be policy discussions, then I will jump in and say, hey, okay, hold on, let's move this to a meeting. But, some of it is not a problem. Hey, so-and-so reported a traffic light out. Oh, wait, I noticed that traffic light too, and I had another neighbor tell me that traffic light was out. All of those discussions, those are not a problem.
I think we're doing pretty good. I mean, I think, was it January, you kind of laid out the ground rules right away, and I think that kind of straightened us out. And I think, as Clint alluded to, we get an email, sometimes we'll reply individually. I'll reply all if it's something like, I think there's an email we had mid-February post the Transportation Safety Commission, and only Laura and Kevin and I knew about it, but we all got copied. So I just sent a response, copied the whole town board so that the information was out there. And if anybody wanted to follow up, they could do that directly. But that way, we're not all sending the same information to the residents.
Sure.
I mean, I think we've done pretty well to date. But like with anything, I think we've steered away from trying to have any any specificity with conversations.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
Okay.
I mean, I only see what I see, but yes, I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
I have another question about, is it okay or not okay? If prior to a meeting, we're all out there doing research, looking up a lot of different sources, are we allowed to send articles, papers, things of that nature without commentary, saying?
Sure. Again, I'm separating land use.
Right, of course.
Liquor, land use and liquor aside. Yes, again, it's sort of the same thing. These are the topics I would like to discuss when this agenda item comes up. This is an article I read about this agenda item. I think it would be helpful for all of you to read it. Maybe people do, maybe people don't, but I think it's fine to send.
Well, and I guess my question is more, so if I were to send out an article of that nature, I wouldn't come into the meeting and read the article publicly. It would be something I only send in advance. So is that still acceptable?
That's fine. I think that's fine. I mean, again, as long as it's not quasi-judicial, you're not limited in how you obtain knowledge on a particular item. If you want to educate yourself on something, that's fine. And if you want to share that knowledge with the board, that's fine as well.
So I'd just like to know if anyone on the board ever wants to send me articles like that. I always appreciate more info rather than less as well.
Some of our past board members like to send those articles out, so. That's fine. It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, completely fine.
So what about in connection with, our annual goal setting and on keeping us on task to return to goals and not forget about goals? I think, certainly we could send our goals to Matt in a vacuum, but personally, I think it's helpful in formulating the goals to kind of know what my colleagues think should be our goals, right? And and we still have the discussion in a noticed meeting where we're discussing what our town board goals are going to be, and we're not necessarily engaged in a policy discussion on goals, but obviously goals are perspective and they are more policy than they are factual. And then kind of secondarily, periodically, I think it's always helpful for people to get reminded about our goals and about listen, we're doing all these things and, the half a year is already wasted and we haven't executed on any of our goals. So let's get back on track and get back on our goals. Is that something that needs to be saved for a public meeting or, can it be done by email?
I mean, I think to the extent that all of you are giving goals, perhaps to the town manager, and literally to put them forth and for a discussion, I think that's fine. I don't think you all should be discussing your individual goals on email. I just think that should be a public discussion. I think that's where a judge would say, no, that's an important public policy that should be discussed in public. Now, if you have individual ideas that you all want to send and then the town manager compiles them and puts them in a spreadsheet or whatever, however the best way to present them is, I think that's fine. But I just think the back and forth could be problematic.
So I have additional questions, but it kind of relates into our social media policy. Do we mind if we go in that direction? You guys want to do something else
I think
first?
we're good on, are we good on email communication, or should we?
Well, I think, you know, we have the conversation around email amongst ourselves, and I think we beat that proverbial horse into the ground. There's a real question as far as the distribution of the emails, sharing the emails, and how we want to post the emails. And before we go to social media, I think we should exhaust the email.
That's what I was
sharing.
Yeah, I agree.
Concept.
That I was getting to the point of what's a meeting on social media.
Yeah, that's another whole topic.
But-
too.
Point. No, actually, that's actually probably.
It was related, but
Yeah.
I have no problem
That's a good
holding
point.
that also.
Okay. Let's stay on the email thread and go to publication of emails.
So, I mean, you all know I'm extremely passionate about this. This was something that I have been asking for since I was campaigning for office. I think it's really important for, I mean, I recognize this doesn't replace Cora by any means, but I think it's extremely important for our citizens to know what's happening over email. And that's not just board emails to each other, which we've just established can't be substantive and about policy, but I think it's very important for our citizens to know what other citizens are concerned about. So many times we have citizens coming in saying, you know, that don't understand the other perspective, and they're not realizing that we've gotten a whole bunch of emails with a different perspective than theirs. So I think it's very valuable from that perspective. I think it's something where nationally, there's certainly a push for more transparency in government. I would really like to see Superior not even taking the lead, because we've seen a number of neighboring municipalities that are already doing this. But I think it's important for us to be a leader in both access and in citizen engagement.
Good.
So in preparation of this question, I think most of you probably saw it. I did post a poll on Facebook, on Nextdoor, and a question out to the CAC. Basically explaining we're considering whether or not to start posting emails to and from the town board. Are they in favor of this or against this? On Facebook, we had 60 responses. 58 were in favor of posting emails. 42 were not in favor. On Nextdoor, we had the opposite results. We had 54 votes, but 39 were only in favor of posting and 61 were not in favor. And then on the CAC, just the narrative responses, 6 were not in favor and 4 were in favor of posting. In taking what I read in all the comments and in those percentages, and of course none of this is statistically valid or anything like that, it's just a snapshot of a few people who were actually on social media that day. We have a lot of people in our town who agree with Laura. The transparency is great. We want to hear everything that's going on. We want to be able to hold the government accountable, and I think that's fantastic. We have another subset of the town that is concerned about emailing the board if their emails are just going to be posted on our town website. And then there was a third subset of people who wanted to say, yes, let's post all of our emails, but redact all personal information. Don't put my name out there, don't put my address, don't put anything else out there. That way the content is there, but you don't have to put it to me. Personally, if we have a concern where there's people who will not reach out to us because they're going to have their stuff posted online, and let's say it's half of the people on the Facebook poll, so 20% of that 60, that means we've just lost more than 10 people giving us feedback. That's a concern to me. We have open records requests. People can access all of this by going through the standard channels, but the way I make my decisions is by talking to our residents and hearing all of their opinions. If we do anything that limits their willfulness to reach out to us, I think we've gone the wrong direction, and I'm concerned about going that way.
So I certainly hear your concerns and the concerns of those residents. I think there are certain situations that it would make sense to have an anonymous option. And I'm not at all against putting a form on our website that says this is the channel if you need to contact us anonymously. That said, I think that those situations where you would need to contact the board anonymously are few and far between. I mean, I'm thinking of ULPs, something where somebody doesn't want to be, where they want to call out their employer and they don't want to suffer repercussions. Totally understand that. But for the most part, I mean, I really haven't seen any emails I've gotten as a board member that I would think it needed to be kept confidential for those sorts of reasons.
But I think to Ken's point, he's concerned, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but you're concerned that this would kind of dissuade people from engaging at all, right?
Precisely.
If I could add, I mean, after we had this discussion at the retreat, was it in December, I did hear specifically from some residents that said they were going to stop communicating with the board. The prospect of their email being read in public at the time was so frightening to them that they were done, that they didn't want to communicate with the board at all. And I am completely opposed to an anonymous posting option. If you can't put your name to it, subject to a core request, I don't want to read it. Because quite honestly, I don't even know if you live here. The last thing we need is a bunch of people from Louisville complaining about Superior, and none of us know able to tell who it's from. However, I do respect the fact that a core request is not the easiest thing in the world. But let me finish. There's some things on here that are options. I think Longmont has an option, but these are not free. There's nothing on here that we can do for free, whether it's the software or staff time or legal time. Every one of these things costs the town money. So we've got to take money away from something to do this, because it's not the budget. And there's a list of towns on here. Some of them are big. Durango's not big, that have all chosen not to do this for any way, shape, or form. And, I love hey, this town over there is doing it, we should do it too. It's not an excuse for me. I mean, we've got to recognize, is there a true need to solve a true problem here? I'm not convinced that there is. The unscientific polls are definitely not compelling one way or the other. The comments that I've received make me want to stay away from this as much as possible because, one thing I did learn through the campaign, there's a huge component of this town that is not engaged. They want to get more engaged, and the prospect of them sending us an email and it ending up on a website, and they were sending an email in a moment of passion, and it lives with them forever, is problematic. I do think we can do better. I just don't know that posting the emails is a quality use of our staff's time right now. The Longmont option of a kiosk that people can come and view is definitely a step in the direction that improves it over a core request. But at the same time, it's not free. It comes with a tax on our staff's time. We don't exactly have the most underutilized staff. I think a fair number of the staff members are probably overdone in terms of time. And I want to be conscious of our legal time because, we've got to potentially redact these. If there's anything personal or otherwise, they've got to be reviewed by legal counsel. And that's not an easy thing to just have done.
So while I completely understand, fiscal responsibility is important. We look at the numbers that Town Manager Magley pulled today. Fort Collins gets 22,000 emails per quarter, so let's call that 7,500 emails a month. And it takes 3 hours a month to review. So in contrast, we get 500 emails per month. So we get 1/14 of what they're getting, and it only takes them 3 hours of staff time to review that.
And part of it is because Fort Collins has a very, very specific procedure by which you need to send emails. For example, their attorney's office has to specifically title every email. And the reason I know this is because I represent the North Front Range MPO, and I sent an attorney-client privileged email to Fort Collins, and I did not use the right words, and it was released because their software didn't catch it. Because I didn't know, because I'm not their city attorney,
right?
I'm their MPO attorney, and so I didn't know. So my very, very, very confidential email about a personnel issue and about a health issue was released to the public. So the reason that Fort Collins is down to such a low number, I'm just telling you, is because they have such a system in place at this point. So we would have to get to that point, and I'm not saying we wouldn't, but every single email from their attorney's office uses a different filter word that I didn't use. So, because I didn't know to use that filter word.
Sure.
So you have to make sure that incoming email from other confidential sources knows to use those, and I'm not saying it's not possible, but it takes a while. They didn't, in the beginning, Fort Collins and Loveland had serious issues, and then they worked it all out and they have a system. So it would take a while to get there.
Understood. I mean, also though, with regard to cost, that Global Relay system, which I recognize there are other systems as well, but Global Relay is $1,800 a year. So we're not talking a significant expense here. And in fact, just last week, I think, as we were talking through various approvals of expenditures, everyone was saying to me, don't worry about $5,000, don't worry about $15,000. So $1,800, I'm very surprised to hear people on the board pushing back on this for $1,800 a year.
Just to clarify, I'm not talking about the software cost. I'm talking about staff time. Right, we're using a reference of Loveland and Fort Collins that have gone through years of getting to where they are. We're not going to get there overnight. And we don't have staff to spend 10 hours a week on this.
Louisville also.
Again, they have been doing that for years.
And they're not using Global Relay.
They didn't start that overnight.
I've thought about this, and, you know, I certainly appreciate that we want to be as transparent as possible. And I appreciate it that Trustee Skwajinski is going out and talking about the topics that we discussed so that folks know they can make a Cora request. However, for me, ever since we started talking about this, I have had so many people come up to me, far more than said, oh yeah, I think that would be a great idea, that have come up to me and said, if you do this, I will never write the town board again. Some of whom are people who are always engaged. And, you know, I hate to stop hearing from them. Some of them are people who have written us once, and they were so intimidated by the fact that what they wrote, that now they were going to have to think about it instead of just being, because the whole community might read it, or that the community might read it and have a negative reaction to them, which is also, you know, I mean, I did talk with Ashley Stolzman in Louisville about their process. And she said literally what happens sometimes with their emails is people will go out and look at the emails that have been sent to the town board, and then they will go back and publicly embarrass or make comments to other folks because maybe they didn't comment on a topic, and yet they, you know, or they're going to call them and say, oh, you said you commented, but you didn't comment. Well, maybe they actually sent emails to Ken and, you know, a couple of other trustees or something. So it really concerns me that we would do anything, to come back to what Trustee Shaw said, that would in any way make our residents feel like they were afraid to communicate with us because it might be published. And so for me, this is, you know, if people really want to know what we're saying on a topic, they can ask for it.
The problem is they don't know what topics to ask for. They don't know what emails are out there. And I've heard even from residents I've heard even from people on this board that when they filed Cora requests, they haven't necessarily gotten the right information. I don't blame town staff for that in the slightest. There's so many emails to go through that it's tricky. If somebody files a very generic Cora request, they don't know what to pull, and I understand that. I think it's just, how can the residents know what to Cora request? We're talking about staff time. How about the time I'm spending every week, like telling residents what people are emailing about? That's time as well.
Well, I guess my comment would be on this is, I literally believe that if we are going to discuss something, we discuss it in a public meeting, period, end of statement. I am not discussing anything by email short of, hey, Clint, hey, somebody, this happened. Here's the information I need to share with you. It generally is never board discussions. So there's really nothing, I mean, if a Cora request comes across, I'm not worried about it because I'm not going to talk about it by email. So for me, I just don't see the need to do this. I am concerned about what it will mean to those who might be intimidated, and for me, I would not support having them published.
Okay. for me, email is a tool. And prior to that tool, people had to, handwrite a letter or make a phone call or come down here to town hall and give the board their thoughts. And so email is this new tool to communicate at their time and on their terms. And I've gotten a number of messages over the years, resident expressing a concern about something. And I know they would not have sent that if it were going to be broadcast. And so it will lessen resident engagement. And we, every campaign we talk about how do we engage residents? Well, this is probably the most commonly used tool is email to communicate people's feelings to the board. And to the points that others have raised about people want, if people wanted their ideas known, that the CAC would flourish, but it flourishes with the same couple of people that love having their opinions read, but the majority of people I think do not. And so for that reason, I will not support this. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good use of staff time, money. I just don't think it's, I don't think it's the right way to go.
So I have a couple of questions. So I know that in the packet, we had a profile of communities that don't do this and then communities that do this, and there's a various assortment of options, right? There's Google's got some sort of product. Office 365 has a product. Global Relay. In order to, I guess, what is staff, if we wanted to implement this, in a reasonable manner, right, to facilitate the ability of the public to review our emails on a timely basis, how much would it cost to do it to the best of your, estimation? And then to Neil's point, how much time do we anticipate this would require from staff and from council? Because I presume that there's probably some things that staff can look at, anything to your law firm's email address that would kind of trigger, this is presumptively like an attorney-client privileged communication. But if it's copying a resident and it wouldn't be, so then you would say this is not privileged and it could be published.
Right.
So it would
There's
probably
some personnel that wouldn't, that would be trickier. Personal information is always trickier. I mean, if any of that is transmitted by email, confidential financial information. So yeah, I think the ones to and from my office are pretty easy, and to and from, including us. If it includes a third party, it's clearly not privileged, so you're right. We could certainly, I could sit down with staff and say, here are the rules when I'm copied, but it's the other situations sometimes that are tougher, which is confidential financial information. Personnel is the big one, because personnel is where you violate someone's privacy rights, so that's can be an issue. I'm not saying there's a ton of personnel information transmitted via email, but there's sometimes with my office, and I imagine sometimes out. So that's another situation. I can't kind of quantify my time at this point because I don't know, but
well, let me just ask the question.
Yeah.
Do you do this for any other jurisdictions?
No, none of my jurisdictions do this.
So Global Relay software, you saw that monthly cost in the cover memo, which is, and I can have Emily come up too. She did but it's $395 as a setup, and then $150 a month, $1,800 a year. That's just for the software. It sounds like there's going to be some additional work based on Kendra's knowledge of that software. If the board wanted to use that, staff time is probably 3 hours a week, based on the amount of emails. Now, the question is, would it be just emails that go to the group town board email, or is it that plus emails that go to individual board members as well? So that would be additional time that we would have for review. I would want to have Kendra's office probably review anything that we're going to publish, just double check, rather than taking the chance that my staff reviews an email and thinks it's okay when it actually wasn't. It's always good to have a second set of eyes on it.
You also have to decide if it's email between you, with no public. I mean, there's a lot of different parameters. It could be just, are you publishing all emails to the town board, all of the town board at once, all emails to individual town board members, and then are you publishing emails between town board members? So, I mean, just, you have to set some parameters too.
Yeah, exactly. And then, if we could set up a computer terminal here where, like Longmont does, people could make a reservation and come down and review emails that way. The software costs wouldn't be there like with Global Relay, but there would still be staff costs to set that up and review on a weekly and monthly basis. Staff time is my biggest concern. I mentioned that to Laura today. It's always my concern because of the size of our staff, and we don't have a specific person that does just IT. We have people that do IT in addition to HR or something else. So it will be an additional workload for my staff. And then, open records requests, we don't get a ton of those. I think Ken had asked that. And those can take a considerable amount. We recently received an email records request, which was fairly broad in nature over a 3-month period. And that's going to take, Public Works think it's going to take them a month to go through all their emails to satisfy that.
And then I'm going to have to review them all.
Right. And then we had a records request for emails a few months ago, I think it was, and it was very targeted, so it didn't take as long to do. So it just kind of depends.
And when we receive a core request, do you have the ability to charge the person that's making the request for the costs associated with putting together the information?
Sort of. The first hour is free, and after that, we can only charge $30 an hour. So my time, it's a loss leader. I mean, you can't,
But for my staff, that could add up fairly quickly. If my staff is, for the example I just gave, where they think it might take them a month to go through all their emails.
know that we have to redact all the email addresses from those emails. So it's a hand redaction we have to do right now. Because any resident, not the person requesting, but any resident who's emailed, the email address itself has to be redacted. So, along with any other personal identifying information. So not name, but anything else has to be redacted manually, which is also, and maybe these global relay programs, they may just redact at least the email address probably. They probably do that automatically, but then you still have to go through the email and redact anything else that may be personal information. So that's also time consuming.
And the core requests that we receive over the years, and Phyllis can jump in on this as well, it's 20 to 40 a year, but majority of those do not involve requests for copies of emails. I mean, this year we've received 2, I believe, and typically it's not more than that a year.
Emails is just a new thing.
It's brand new.
Yeah.
Before it was never emails, it was all paper copies, minutes.
Right. Yeah, copies of minutes or
Building permits.
Building
That's the
permits,
biggest
meeting
one.
materials, things like that.
And when we receive a really broad core request, like the one you're referring to, that's going to take a month to put together the public works information, do you typically go back to the person making the request and say, are you really sure you want this because it's going to take us a long time to put it together, or is there something more specific that you're
We do, and typically we make them do a deposit of 50% of the estimated costs up front.
Yeah.
So we add up all the hours times $30, and so it's $1,500. They give us a $750 deposit up front. They have to pay that before we start. Then we start, they don't get any of the documents till they pay the remainder. So.
But typically we'll go back to them and say, hey, is this really what you want? Do you want to be more specific in your request? Is there any, what are you looking for? Can we help you kind of narrow the focus of your request, if we can help?
Okay. So I think that the staff time is the big unknown, right, with this. And obviously Kendra's time, the cost about the software seems like that's kind of a de minimis charge. And I think generally speaking, if we can do things and leverage technology to help our residents learn more about what's going on at town hall and with their local government, I think that is, generally speaking, a good thing, right? And I think that's what we're trying to do with the Google group and with the Reddit and with, just engaging with residents in general. We're always trying to get more information out to our residents, figure out new ways to get information to our residents. I think that's one of the great things that Mr. Madej, with his Engaged Citizens platform that he developed, he leveraged technology to help people who are interested in town government find information in a more user-friendly manner by making all of our meetings, text searchable. And I think that's a service to the community because it helps people find information that they're looking for. On this issue, I'm torn. I think generally speaking, I think more transparency is always a good thing. I think the concerns that Sandy raised and that Neil and Ken raised, I think are legitimate, that if this has like the unintended consequence of, dissuading people from reaching out to us, we're kind of defeating the purpose of being more transparent, because if people don't engage with us and then they can search our emails, there's not going to be much to search if people aren't reaching out to us because they're fearful that information is going to become public. So I don't really know what the right answer is on this. I'm curious to see how this would work out. I'm open to it. Frankly, if you want to read my emails, they're not that interesting, and be my guest. But I certainly don't want to dissuade people from reaching out to us because they're fearful that they've got some expectation of privacy, even though they really shouldn't, because they're sending it to a government Quora request available email account. And I think that this is a way for people to learn about how we think and what we think about certain issues, and kind of what's going on. So I think it's a noble goal, and I'm kind of interested to see what happens. And if it doesn't work out, we could always discontinue it. But right now, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe we explore things further, maybe get a better understanding from staff as to really what this is going to require from staff time, and maybe a little more analysis, because right now I feel like I don't know what I don't know with respect to staff and attorney time. And if it turns out that this is going to require like another full-time employee because of the amount of review time, and this is going to require like a substantial increase in the budget for legal expenses because of the amount of time that it's going to take to actually review all these things, then maybe it's not necessarily a fiscally responsible decision, and it's just an experiment that is interesting to see. And I don't know if people would actually use it, and then we're spending a lot of time and money on a program that isn't necessarily benefiting the community if people aren't necessarily reading these things. So I'm firmly on the fence.
Okay. Well, what I heard was 4 voices that were not in favor of moving forward. So I would, rather than directing staff to spend more time on this, I would say that we table it until we feel the reason to bring it back.
I wouldn't even use the word table. I mean, it's...
Or put it to...
Yeah, I mean, maybe when the next board comes on.
Archive it.
Yeah.
In email terms.
So we can hear public comment?
We can certainly hear public comment.
Before we go to that, I mean, I do want to emphasize, if I came off too strong, I do completely support transparency. Don't get me wrong. I do. It's just a question of how we do it in a fair and balanced way, and I don't want to sound like Fox, but apparently I am, in a way that allows people to communicate with their personal email addresses and their addresses, because we ask them to put their addresses in their email, but at the same time, they don't have to worry about it ending up on the internet and coming back to bite them. I mean, I don't want to get into a privacy issue and people getting doxxed because they took a position on something, and it comes back to bite them. And that happens once, and it will never happen again because people will stop emailing us. But at the same time, I do want to support full transparency. You know, I think, you know, democracy demands it. The question is, how do we thread that needle to where we can be open and transparent, but at the same time allow people to communicate with us in a way that allows us to take that in under advisement. And I'll be honest, I don't know that there's a simple answer here. I'm kind of shifting my thinking here to along what Mark had said is maybe there is an experiment, you know, here, which is why I kind of like the Longmont issue or solution where it's a kiosk and you have to drive down here, you got to log onto the kiosk, you got to check it out. If we increase a hurdle for people to access it, maybe it diminishes the fear that people will feel. I think, you know, there's just a palatable feel that someone, you know, halfway across the world is accessing emails and you know, just personal reference, you know, in I think it was December, we got, you know, half a dozen checks fraudulently written on our account, you know, so, you know, like $15,000 disappeared from the account before we got it back. Things like that happen when personal information ends up out there. And we've got to be very conscious and careful of that. So, you know, I don't know that I'm ready to make a decision right now. I mean, it's, you know, if we were asked to make a decision, I don't know that I could make one, but it is something that I do want us to think about.
All right, let's have public comment.
Good evening. My name is Sean Madej. I live at 946 Shavano Peak Drive in Rock Creek with my wife and 3 daughters. We've been residents of Superior for 7 years, and we truly love this wonderful community. I'm an avid supporter of open government, and I was very excited to see a consideration of proactively publishing town board emails on the agenda for tonight's meeting. I'm here today because I want to voice my opinion on this important topic. The issue you have before you is not a consideration of what material should be made publicly available. Section 1C of the Colorado Opens Record Act clearly establishes correspondence with elected officials via electronic mail as squarely in the scope of open records requests. The issue you are considering should not be the unintended consequences of citizens knowing who is exchanging emails with the town of Superior, with the town board rather. The name of anyone emailing the town board is already part of the public record. With a few notable exceptions, this information cannot be legally redacted from public release. The vast majority of email correspondence sent to this town board is already public information. Anyone can get a copy of these messages by filling out the 8 fields on the town of Superior's 1-page application for open records request form. I would contend that this form is the actual issue under consideration here, specifically if this silly piece of paper should stand between the citizens and the material that they're rightfully entitled to access. If the town does not officially publish these messages, we're simply deferring this insight into whoever is willing to fill out this form and pay the associated fee. You're giving this insight to whoever's willing to pay, and nothing is stopping that third party from then publishing these messages. You have an opportunity to eliminate a layer of bureaucracy from our community. You have a genuine occasion to tangibly reduce the friction between citizens and their government. You have a chance to actively demonstrate Superior's commitment to proactive transparency and openness. Governments of the past required citizens to pull information from them. Modern governments push information to the people. I ask that you empower the town staff to invest the resources necessary to implement a smart system, to develop processes, to smartly push this email correspondence to the public on a regular basis, just as our neighbors in Louisville and Boulder and other progressive Colorado communities have already done. If you want to support transparency, support it. Thank you for your time, and God bless this great little town.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any additional thoughts, comments?
I'm convinced. That we should do it. That's my. But I'll defer to the board. But if we were voting on it, I'd vote yay.
I really appreciate what Mr. Madej just said. I think all the information is out there. I don't like that we're essentially saying, you have to fill out a form, but B, you have to pay money for it to be a big request. If we're asking citizens to pay $30 an hour for this versus and we don't know the demands on staff time, but we're thinking, 3 hours of staff time and $1,800 a year, I'd rather we pay that so that any citizen can get this information rather than make it prohibitively expensive for people.
I also appreciate the comments, but I guess I've not been moved off my original stated position. I just think there's this presumption that there's all these nuggets of grand information that we're discussing in email, but not in the public domain in meetings, and I just don't think that exists.
I haven't, I appreciate everything Mr. Bidet said. I appreciate you coming here tonight and your engagement on social media with everybody. And I honestly think we actually do a decent job pushing out information to our town. I think we share quite a bit, and we've done more. I think the ideas that you brought up earlier about earlier in the year where we started sharing meetings and recaps of meetings have been great. I agree with Mark. I don't have anything interesting in my emails. Like Clint said, there's no nuggets. The downside of this are when neighbors start seeing what other neighbors are saying and it goes against what they believe, and they start having these philosophical differences that actually turn into differences they confront each other on. And that's what people are afraid of. That's why they're going to stop emailing us. That's what I don't want to happen. I want people to feel safe. I don't care what people see in my emails. We could start publishing my emails. I don't care. None of that is an issue to me. I want people to feel safe emailing us. And yeah, you could Cora request all the emails that come into us. Okay, that's fine. If you care about that, then you should bear that cost. Because others don't, we as a municipality, I don't think necessarily should be putting that out there and bearing that cost for everybody. There was a person who commented on this on one of the social media posts that this is not necessarily the best use of taxpayer funds. And personally, I would agree. Any barrier we put up that's going to stop people or dissuade them from reaching out to us is going to go in the wrong direction.
I know this is off topic a little bit, but I would like to see us do more to increase transparency with our residents about things that are happening in town. And as I suggested to the board, I would really like to see us consider the same process that the city of Louisville, and I don't know whether we can legally do this because we're a statutory town, but the city of Louisville actually publishes all land use application materials on their website, who's handling them as soon as they receive them. And then they also put on there a tentative schedule of when they think, if you go in there and look right now, Louisville says some of them aren't going to come to the board until December of 2019. We have 6 land use proposals that are in town staff's hands right now. And to be honest, until I got the list from Matt, I didn't even know they were all, for example, I didn't know Zaharias had come back, which is good warning for me because it means I need to keep my mouth shut about it now.
And just in a simpler way, that the town of Erie publishes a weekly quasi-judicial list so that so it's a little bit simpler than that, but that way the town board at least knows what's in and what they shouldn't be discussing.
Well,
anything else.
They literally go out and they publish, once they get the materials, everything gets published out there, so we don't have the issue of residents saying to us, well, you guys are talking about this and you've known about it for months and we haven't known about it. So, it doesn't mean we're out there engaging, but Louisville did this and it had a significant improvement in the attitude of their residents toward the town board and transparency because they felt like we were no longer hiding from them development proposals. So for me, it seems like a lot of the discussion we get is related to development proposals. And if there is a way that we can increase that transparency in a way that doesn't involve looking at, I mean, literally, I don't talk about land use proposals over email because we have a very good lawyer who yells at us when we do it. But I would like to see us do this because I think this would be a big step, just like the, committee thing. Everybody has said to me how fabulous that is that we're sending out those reminders and information after the fact. So I would really like to see us implement that development proposals.
Now, Sandy, I appreciate you learning about it, sharing it, and if we can implement that, I think that would be a significant step in keeping ourselves organized, keeping residents informed of what's coming, and yeah, it would absolutely hit the question of why haven't I heard about that before? I mean, if I had $1 for every time I've heard that, that statement when it comes, especially to land use, why haven't I heard about that before? If we had this standing page of things as they were coming along and released information to the extent that we can, then I think those types of things, that is much more valuable than releasing emails. I mean, it's this email thing is like, where do you stop? I mean, people call into town hall. There's telephone conversations, and there's a lot of things discussed via telephone that I'm sure would be maybe nuggets that people would like to hear. And, there's no recording of that. There's no release. There's no way to core that. So why? Anyway, so I think we do what we can, and I think we're doing a good job, and we keep improving where we can. So to close this issue up, we don't have an agenda item to vote on, but I think we do need to either decide to have staff spend more time on this or hit the archive button. And I'm feeling like we're a little bit more now split
Well,
than we were, or
I didn't mean to suggest that. I actually really like what Trustee Hammerly had to say, and I think land use, as you said, Mayor Folsom, seems to be the biggest concern, and I think there's this question as to if we're hiding anything in the emails. Maybe getting open access to the emails will alleviate that. I'm not ready to go there with the emails yet. Maybe I will be a year from now, so maybe it is sort of archive in the interim. Let's attack the issue of getting all our land use applications up on the website and see if that alleviates the concern as far as what is going on with the board, and revisit this in 12 months.
Okay. All right, that's what we'll do. Thank you. Good discussion. Let's go, do you want to do social media next? Is that?
We can do that, that's fine.
Logical transition?
So you want me to start with my question, or?
I can just introduce, this is just a policy that we drafted. The City of Lafayette's now in a second lawsuit over social media. So this is more of a, I don't want to call it a CYA, but this is to help you all so that you don't get sued, because.
They settled it, didn't they?
Did they settle the second one already?
Against
They settled the first one, but there's another one.
There's a second one?
There's a second one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that just got filed a month ago, so I don't think they've settled that one yet. But they settled the first one because it was clear violation. So this is really to help you all. The really important thing is to keep personal accounts personal, and then if you want an official account, that's your official account, and never to mix the two, ever. So no comments about town business on your personal account, no posting what's going to be on the agenda on your personal account, nothing like that. Because that's where you get in trouble. Because then once you try to stop that, that's when you run into legal hot water.
So when you get to that point, I mean, that's clear. On my personal account, I'm not going to post anything about the town.
Right.
But with my personal account on my name, if somebody asked me a question, I have responded to it, or I have shared to a community group with my name, it doesn't say Ken Lish trustee, it says Ken Lish. Are we crossing lines there?
Yep.
So the
I mean, I hate to say it, this is just fraught with peril.
Yeah.
And the Lafayette ones have been really, really simple. And yes, it's fraught with peril. Anytime you talk about any town business on a personal account, it becomes a public forum.
So the problem with that is there is literally no way to comment on a Facebook group as a Facebook page. So that essentially prevents us from ever sharing that information.
Yes.
I think what what almost all of us have done is shared a post that's been published by the official page, but you have to share it as your personal.
I wouldn't do it.
So then are you saying?
I mean, I'm just, if I were your personal lawyer, I would tell you not to do that.
But
And I'm telling you as a town lawyer, don't do it.
But there's literally no way to.
Then you don't do it.
So the only way we could do this is if we created a second account,
Which Facebook won't let you do.
unless you.
Yeah, you can do that.
You put it to this.
You can
email
do it
account,
as-
Not your personal email account.
Yes, you can do a separate account, trustee Lish, that's your name. It's not your personal name, it's your separate account, and that's exactly what you need to do.
Okay.
If that's what you want to do.
But I think you've probably,
Affiliated with our town email
Yes, yep. And then you just have to be very careful because sort of the settings on that need to either accept no comments or all comments. You can't limit anyone's comments. So there are just some things, and then it should go back to your town email address and things like that. So, but yes, I would suggest creating, and lots of people have that. They have a personal account, and then they have, your name would be trustee Lish, for example, and that would be only your Superior account. And then if people post on your personal account, you refer them to your official account. So that's how I would suggest that it happens.
And that's set up as a person, not as a page.
Exactly.
Okay.
so I think you've probably already answered my question, but a good example that came up, I think, last week, there was a person who, on one of our community Facebook pages, asked about a crosswalk going in on Coal Creek. And I saw it, I think, before any of the other trustees said, and I said, hey, I think that was discussed at the TSC, and I tagged Laura, Kevin, and Neil so they could answer the question. So did we just create a meeting?
Yep. Yeah, so I would suggest not doing that anymore either.
Okay.
So what if you have a discussion, right? You've got a threaded conversation in Facebook, and Ken weighs in, right? And he's got some good comments, and then Sandy comes along and Sandy reads it, and she weighs in, and then sometimes these comments can go on for a long time, right? And then maybe a day or two later, Neil weighs in with something else, and they're not engaging with the comments that either of them said, right? Like they're just kind of addressing other kind of ancillary comments that are coming up organically in the thread, because we're all trying to be responsive to the community and answer questions that are being raised by our constituents. And Facebook is one of the main ways that people engage in this day and age.
If you look at Section 8 of the policy, it specifically talks about this.
Yeah, I know. I read the policy.
I know.
I don't like the policy.
It doesn't solve it. I'm not saying it does,
Yeah,
but
no,
yes,
I mean,
it recognizes the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, is that now an open meeting?
Yep. If you call Steve Zandsberg tomorrow, and he will tell you that he would sue you tomorrow over it. So yes, I mean, do I know that he's going to win every case? No, but there are attorneys out there, and this is all they do. And then they get their attorney fees for it. So there's no incentive for them not to sue over these things, because they get their attorney fees every time they win. And they've won every single case they've brought so far.
So even simpler than that, as I said, I posted a poll earlier to say yes or no to the email thing. If I posted it and 2 trustees voted in that poll, have we created a meeting?
If they vote on their personal accounts, arguably no, but I don't know. I mean, it's
We're not
really.
allowed to vote from our personal accounts, I thought, because that's town related.
Well, you always have a First Amendment right. You retain your First Amendment right to express your opinion on anything via your personal account. So you can always do that. I can't say don't express your personal opinion.
Except on a land use application.
Well, then you can still do it. Then you
Or
just have to recuse yourself from
Fair enough.
actually
Okay.
voting on it. You can do whatever you want,
Okay.
but then you may not be able to vote on it once you come here. But, so the answer to that is if you want to vote on a poll, you can vote on a poll. That's your personal opinion. But I would just say it's really, really risky right now.
So does that mean we can post opinions on anything town related as long as it's our personal opinion and not our?
Well, that's why some people have two accounts, not 2 pages, 2 accounts. So one is you as trustee and one is you personally. you know, and then if you want to express your opinion personally on anything, again, that's less risky. I'm putting land use decisions aside, because if you express a personal opinion on a land use decision, we can't do that. But if you want to express a personal opinion on something as from your personal page, and you've clearly delineated that you have a personal page and you have a trustee page, that's certainly a safer way to do it. I can't tell you that that's going to be risk-free, but.
So that was going to be my next question. Essentially, if I create a trustee Skwadzinski page, does that then mean I can comment on anything I want from my personal page? Because I've made it clear that it's not an official account.
It's certainly helpful. Again, I can't tell you, I mean, there are people out there that are suing over this daily, so I can't tell you it's going to be risk-free, but it's certainly helpful, because especially if you specifically say, this is my personal page. There is nothing to do with the town superior, you know, in my capacity as trustee over here. This is my trustee page. All of my opinions, whatever you want to say as a trustee, will be on this page. That's helpful.
So what's the, and sorry, maybe I'm a bit ignorant about what is the proper terminology to use in Facebook. What's the purpose and what's the difference between a page, right? Because I have a trustee page, and then just an account. I mean, until Laura's point and Ken's point.
Laura's saying you can't comment
right, so
as a page.
what's the usefulness of a page? None?
You can't comment as a page, is what you're saying. So you can only comment as a Facebook user. So a user is a particular person, but you can create any person you want to be that user. This is my understanding, but
yes.
But I mean, so what would we use a page for, and what would we
So you use your Mark Lasis Superior Trustee page when you post a picture. When you go comment in 80027, you can't comment as Mark Lasis Superior Trustee. You can only comment as Mark Lasis. That's Facebook's, you can't do that.
Right.
What Kendra's saying is essentially if you were to create a second person and call it Trustee Lasis, as long as you have that account, you can then comment on anything from your personal account because you've established that it is you as a person and not you as a trustee.
And so basically the existing page that we have created is really not worth anything because we're going to just use the new account that is the trustee
So that's,
account. Right?
so it sounds like the pages that I think all of us have, those can be official pages.
Sure.
We just can never comment from those pages.
Right.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Kendra, but what I would plan to do is get home tonight, create Trustee Skwadzinski as a person.
Right.
That will be, and I'll put, this is my official town person. But I can still share my page posts from Laura Skwadzinski because I've established that that's me as a person sharing that and not trustee. Is that correct?
Not sure. Share your page posts. What page posts? Where are you going to share them?
So meaning I frequently do posts on my official page, and I will then share them to groups, which I can't do as a page. I have to do it as a person. So I can do that from my personal person as long as I have an official person as well.
No, do it from your official. If it's about the town, I mean, I'm just, again, this
So
is
the point
just,
is the page is worthless at this point. You should just be.
Well, the page is how you get followers. You can't have followers
No, you
as
just,
a
you're right,
person.
you friend people
you have to
now
have friends instead of
followers.
followers.
But you can't have friends for your personal page because then that would constitute limiting access. Because if otherwise,
But now you got to get all new friends.
Yeah,
You gotta
no,
get all new
you also have to
friends.
refriend them
You have
on
to get all
of
new
your-
friends on your official page.
right, but I'm saying, so if everybody here is my friend, but Matt, you are not my friend on Facebook. So because Matt then can't access anything I post to my official page, that's illegal.
No, if he requests to be your friend.
If he requests it, you have to let him.
So I have to
He has to request
accept
it.
every single
You have to
person.
request you have to accept every single person who wants to be your friend on your trustee page. You may not block anyone.
What if it's like a spam account?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that's what I mean.
I don't
like,
know.
Pages,
Donald Trump lost because he lost his Twitter lawsuit because he blocked one person. So I don't know.
But I just mean pages are by definition open to all.
No,
So
you can have a closed page or a public page.
Sure, sorry. Public pages are by definition open to all, but
You can still exclude people from your public page, which is how the women in Virginia, I'm just saying that's how the women in Virginia got in trouble.
okay. No, sorry. I agree with you there.
Okay.
public pages, if I don't block anyone from it, everyone can follow it. Whereas the person pages, my official person page, official person account, not page, that is excluding people up until I accept the friend request.
Well, you're going to create it as public, so you're going to allow public to see your posts.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So you're going to create it as a public persona. The public can see your posts. You don't have to be your friend to see your post.
Got it.
So that should protect you.
So to Mark's point, then, what is the purpose of a page?
There's not a purpose of a page.
It changes the way we've all been operating.
I mean, I'm not saying you can have a page all you want to, and if, you know, and you get followers and you can post things on your page, there's nothing. And the only reason not to do a page is if you want to go out and comment on things. If you want to go out and comment on things as a trustee, then I always suggest creating a person.
And you can maintain your page and continue using it, just use the new account as the means that you're going to share those pages, so you're not sharing from your personal account, you're sharing from your official account. And then you can comment from that official account.
Well, so the other...
But it's just another layer of...
And the other complication is that all of us have both pages and websites that we originally created primarily to campaign. But now, if and when people come up for re-election, they have to delete those websites and pages and start from scratch because we've all now used those not for campaigning.
There's a whole bunch of other sort of considerations about campaigning when we get, I mean, if you have a personal page, I mean, campaigning is all subject to the Fair Campaign Practices Act and how much money we spend and things like that. So that would all be dependent on what you're spending on to maintain your website. But that's, I mean, that's.
Well, so I guess, so
this is just a social media policy. I don't really want to get into websites right now because that's a whole other,
so
I can,
so focusing then on, and I'll take my Facebook page as an example. I created it primarily for campaigning, to have people that could follow my stuff and I could put stuff out there. I have now, since then, used it for what it now sounds like are official purposes because I've discussed town business. So does that mean if I want to campaign in 4 years, I would need to delete this page entirely and start a new one because this page has been used for discussion of town business?
I would suggest that you create a new campaign page, yes. I don't know whether that means you have to delete this one or rename this one, but yes, your campaign page should be different. Right, because your campaign page is as a private citizen.
So you know, I think Facebook is one thing, but you know, Twitter is kind of an entirely different animal. And you know, so like same thing with Twitter. You know, I think I started using Twitter as a candidate, and then it morphed into, you know, I mean, it's just my name as my Twitter handle, you know, and I identify myself as, you know, the town trustee and use it for town purposes. I'm not a really prolific tweeter or anything like that, and you know, I don't really use it for personal purposes. But I mean, even the president uses it as a personal account, uses it as an official account,
and has been sued and lost
for blocking people, right?
Right, exactly. Right? Yes.
So I don't block anybody, right?
Then you're good on Twitter.
I would really like to not have to create another account for.
As long as you're not blocking anyone. The difference with Facebook is that people, you often don't want, well, first of all, there's a lot of differences. All of Twitter is usually incoming, right? There's a lot of incoming. You can't block anything incoming on Twitter.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have the ability to mute and block people and all that stuff, and as long as you're not doing that.
As long as you're not doing that, you're fine.
But to Mark's point, then can't we just not block people on Facebook?
Well, sure, but in theory, that's making, if you want your personal account to be your official account, is that, I mean, if that's what you want, most people don't want their Facebook, their personal with their kids' pictures on it. Do you want that to be your official account?
I don't care as long as I don't, like, so you're saying if I don't block anyone, then I'm good to just keep one account and call it a day?
If you make every single post public.
Yep.
If you don't block anyone.
accept every friend that's
So,
ever requested.
If you accept
So-
every friend that
so
asks,
Do I need to accept friend requests if I have set my account to show everything publicly, whether you are my friend or not?
probably not, but that,
Isn't that the basis of the Lafayette suit?
what?
Isn't the basis of the suit the fact that the mayor blocked somebody even though
Yes.
her stuff was set to public?
Yes, I mean, that's the problem. You have, yes,
Yeah. and-
Exactly.
And she was, I mean, they settled, but
they settled.
Well, because I'm saying, I certainly don't want to accept every friend request, but I have no problem making every single post I make totally public. Everyone can see it.
And I
whether
don't
you're
know
my
the
friend
answer
or
to that. I
not.
don't know that anyone's litigated whether you, if you make it public, whether you accept them as a friend or not is, I don't know the answer to that. No one's,
But the safest bet is
The safest bet, yes.
create a new trustee page or mayor page, not page, but
User account.
user account,
Mhm.
using your town email.
Mhm.
That's going to be the mechanism through which you post from your page or, comment on whatever threads in the community. And you can't block anybody. Everything has to be public.
right,
And you have to accept all friends,
yep,
right?
correct.
I'm probably the only one that's going to say this, but I think this makes more sense to me, and I would like to separate the two. So I appreciate the guidance, because this does help to prevent the commingling and the family pictures. And,
Right,
you know,
most people they don't
Yeah.
want,
No, this is-
they don't want to have to accept everyone as a friend to see their kids' pictures. I mean, that's just more, and that's why what happened to the mayor, happened to the mayor.
But if I show
Right,
my
sorry.
non-existent
Not
kids'
you. I'm
pictures
sorry.
to everyone.
Not you.
Not this mayor.
Not this mayor, sorry.
So, but if I show my non-existent kids' pictures to everyone, then I don't have to accept their friend requests.
Well, I don't know. Again, I just
Okay.
said that. I have no idea. A court could say, no, you have to accept every friend request because you've made it an official account. I don't know the answer to that.
But the answer to your question is that's the exact circumstance that just put Lafayette into a lawsuit.
No, because Lafayette, her comments weren't public.
No, they were public.
They were public.
They were public. She blocked somebody.
She blocked someone from.
So what does blocking do if you're public? Those are
It-
contradictory.
It prevents you from exercising your First Amendment rights.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Prevents them from making comments.
Yeah, they can't comment
Right.
on your page then.
But you can turn comments on, so
If they're not your friend, they still can't comment on your stuff.
they can, you can turn that ability on.
That exists? Are you
Yes.
sure?
To have a non-friend comment?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not aware of that, but.
So that's what I'm saying. If I open it up and say, you can see everything, you can comment on everything, it sounds like that's the basis for, is this okay?
Yeah, and again, I don't know that anyone's gone that far.
Okay, we all have a new to-do list here tonight.
That was very helpful, though. I never
Yes.
thought about creating
Nope.
another identity.
Yes, it's your second identity.
Now, Neil is a prolific Snapchatter.
Right.
Well-
Yeah, it's Snapchat. That's another one.
So, I mean,
Those go away.
I'm thinking about how what Mark said about Twitter relates to other channels as we're talking about it. You know, Instagram, like I don't proactively publish town stuff on there, but sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm going to a board meeting tonight or whatever.
Another,
that-
another Instagram account.
No, I don't know. I don't know what to say about Instagram. I really don't, because all that goes away, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know the answer to that.
No, Snapchat goes away. Instagram's there.
Well, Instagram's there for a bit, right? But eventually it goes away, doesn't it?
So if you back up, though, I mean, what this does is it does help to protect the town from legal liability. It creates more work for all of us, but it insulates the town from the legal liability, which, is better for all our taxpayers. I'm
Yes.
happy to do the extra work.
Yes.
Well,
correct.
and I'm just trying to understand how other elected officials have gotten around this. Like I think about Matt Gray. I was just checking out his website and his social media this weekend, and he seemed to have one that was for campaigning and for official business and everything else. So that's, it's just, I don't know, the boundary to me
It
isn't
may be
clear.
that you can combine campaigning and official business at some point. I'm not sure, but certainly not everything else. He doesn't have his personal stuff on there.
Okay, yeah, I'd really be interested, not tonight, but maybe follow up on how does campaigning fit into that?
Sure.
'Cause I see the
Campaigning-
distinction between business and personal.
You can certainly
but-
probably add campaigning, but all of that has to be reported. So those guys report weekly to monthly. They file monthly reports, so it may be that he's filing reports every month on how much it costs to maintain that website, how much is being contributed, because those guys get contributions all the time.
Sure.
And I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying typically typically on a state level, they're getting contributions all the time.
Yeah.
And on a local level, you're only typically getting contributions at very specific points before the election. So we can certainly keep going as to how we combine a campaign Facebook page with your official, Facebook account, page, whatever we want to do. But I know Matt Gray doesn't have his personal.
Right, no, I agree. It's the campaign business thing is what I'm thrown off by, because even to what we're all saying tonight, if we're going to have to set separate accounts up and all of that, I'd rather set it up right the first time than set it up now and then
It seems like Facebook is where the problem is. Twitter.
Yes, Facebook is the problem.
Twitter is kind of open to everybody, and everybody can see things. And as long as you're not blocking things, one account for Twitter is fine.
And same for Instagram, it sounds like.
I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't know.
But I would say.
I just don't want to do things
That
wrong.
assumption is probably correct.
Okay.
What?
Not be blocking people.
Well, yeah, again, it goes back to the don't block anyone, Twitter's a little easier. Facebook is a huge problem. I'm going to say Instagram is somewhere in the middle. But, there's not all this commenting back and forth on Instagram. That's,
If we're using Twitter, sometimes personally, sometimes to announce, town stuff, and then say, oh, by the way, I'm running for re-election, have we then crossed the line at that point in terms of commingling the accounts, or is that kosher?
Well, when we go back to election, we have to formally announce first, so don't announce it on Twitter until you've announced it, officially. And once you announce it, we have to start filing. Phyllis is over there going, yes. So, and then once that happens, then it's a matter of, does Twitter cost you money? And do we have to report that? Are you spending any money on it? I don't think Twitter's a problem as far as campaigning goes. We just have to make sure that all the forms are filed properly.
And one of the things in the memo in the packet materials that we haven't talked about yet is in terms of being able to archive things on Facebook and or Twitter for preservation purposes and responding to open records requests.
Yep.
I wouldn't know the first way to go about getting my information to the town to respond other than saying, there's my page.
Right.
Go print it.
Yeah, and that's honestly not super clear right now. A lot of Facebook comes through email, so if you do link it to your town email account, some of that will come in via email, but other than that, it's whatever's retained on that page. And that's up to Facebook. That's their retention policy. So
can I ask one more question? This social media policy this was accepted, this is our current policy?
No.
No, this is a proposed policy.
This is a draft, and I know you all don't have SRSA, but SRSA is the self-insurance pool that most other municipalities have, and they've endorsed this policy as well. And they're recommending that all of their insureds adopt this.
So there's a line in here that says official accounts should be established using the member's town email account.
Yes.
So that basically means since none of us did that, we don't have to restart our accounts anyway.
I already added mine to my Facebook, so it's on there.
Oh, no.
Should be established.
Wasn't established, but I put it on there because that was what I thought was compliant for my page. I can fix that now, but I added it because I thought official account had to be with official email.
Yeah.
As this policy, because I had seen maybe not this, but some version of this before, so I was trying to be compliant.
But what I was getting at is this just means we cannot, the idea of being able to continue to use a personal account and just keep everything open. If we keep this in here, that just means we can't do that.
Yeah, that's certainly the recommendation is that you set up 2 pages, accounts, whatever you want to call them, and that you keep them entirely separate. And that's what the policy says to do. Again, this is just a draft policy. You haven't adopted this, but this is what SRSA is recommending for all of their communities to adopt.
There is also a line that says official accounts should be established using the member's town email account if one exists. I would argue that one did not exist at such time that we created these accounts.
Yeah, but it does now.
So now if you add it, that would overtake the...
I would say, again, my recommendation is create a new account, use your town email. Just a recommendation.
So another sentence in here, content published on social media that relates to the conduct of government actions must be retained and managed by the town in compliance with Open Records Act. So does this mean that staff time is now being used to track all of our social media behavior to make sure we're documenting it in case there's a core request that comes in?
Well, if it comes in through an email, so if you set up, if there's an account, it comes in through your email as a notification, the town will keep that on its server for the same amount of time that they retain all email.
But if I make a post, that won't come in as an email.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, there's no way,
We're not going to monitor that.
no, the town's not gonna go monitor your Facebook pages, so.
Okay. So it sounds like this would need to come out because this is not going to happen. I mean,
To the extent it can happen, yes. To the extent we have the ability to do it, right now we don't have the ability to do it.
So Facebook changes their stuff every other day, so at some point, 6
Right.
months from now, they might build this in, and then the town will be able to do it.
Right.
okay.
I just agree with Ken. I would rather strike that line when it says must be retained and managed by the town.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, let's say somebody comes in and says,
Yeah.
I want this, and you guys don't have it, but our policy says you're supposed to have it.
I like
we
the
go
next line
online,
better.
we
that
look
just-
at the Facebook account, we get it.
Yeah, I like the next line much better, which says members should be prepared to treat each comment post blah, 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 as an open record. Like, I'm fully prepared for that, but I don't think the town needs to be proactively.
But the town will have, in other words, if
logging.
we get a core request, the town has no choice. We have to go on that social media site and look for it. We're not monitoring.
Which is fine. I just mean in the language, I think we should take out the one that says it must be retained and managed. Because they're not going to be doing it.
I disagree, but it's up to the board.
Are we planning on adopting this at any point? Like, is this a conversation that this will come forward with?
It's up to the board if you want to adopt this or not.
It's really up to you.
Not required.
You're not required to. Again, you're not insured by CIRSA. CIRSA is very strongly recommending that all of their insureds, which are most other municipalities, adopt this. But you are not insured by CIRSA, so they have not made your insurance company has not made a recommendation. But Lafayette, after the Lafayette lawsuit, CIRSA is all over this, and they're recommending that all of their clients.
And your recommendation is to adopt this?
Yes, I would recommend this. And we
But
can certainly edit it, too. This is just a draft for you to consider, so.
Can we,
Yeah, this is the board's policies.
Right. This is a template policy that we drafted with CIRSA's help.
You have revisions.
You can certainly change it.
Let us know and we'll make those.
let's circulate or send, not circulate, but let's send
Okay.
revisions to Matt and
Yeah.
and
and
you
I'll
can
work with
compile
Ken.
them
Yep.
and work with Kendra and
Yep.
and then maybe bring it back to a future meeting to adopt. And is that
What?
acceptable?
Well, one other question. Do we have to adopt a social media policy at all?
No.
No.
Or do we want to just have it be a kind of a guideline document? Is that the other option, just to?
I would suggest if you want to use it, I would adopt it. If you don't want to use it, I would let it go.
Yep.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
I would personally not like to adopt this.
My bias is to adopt it, just so that it gives us some guardrails. Because like the next board's going to show up, get elected, and absent a tangible document, where are the guardrails?
Well, I think we're all probably violating the policy.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're all violating it, so I think we should probably try to get into compliance before we adopt anything.
Yeah.
You know, let's create these new accounts. It sounds like that's something we have to do as a starting point, and set up the accounts so all of the email notifications are coming into our town email accounts. So for purposes of open records requests, things can be found, right?
I think that's a
At
great
least as
idea.
a starting point.
Yep.
And then we can talk about whether it makes sense to adopt the policy. But I mean, I agree with Neil that we need to be thinking for future boards and trying to
Well,
be consistent.
and if we're going to be referencing, I mean, in the community, if we're referencing a social media policy, but we don't really have a policy, we had this thing we read that said policy, but we didn't want to adopt it. I think we're better off to adopt it and have things in place that are people can read and review and reference.
It's just the world we're living in these days.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's it's helpful, because if I had known some of this, I wouldn't have converted my candidate page
Yeah,
to
exactly.
my trustee page.
Sure.
You know, that will impact when or if I run again. Now, all of a sudden, I
Right.
just.
Well, and honestly, we
myself,
didn't
you
know a lot of this probably
Yeah.
even back, I mean, this
So-
is all brand new, based on the most
Yeah.
recent lawsuits that have been happening all over
Okay.
the country, so.
But I think this
Yeah.
is helpful to at least give us all some parameters.
It's also
going
helpful
forward.
if anyone does get sued, it's helpful to have a policy in place to go back on, to say, okay, we at least had a policy in place. This was an inadvertent violation or whatever it may be, but we had a policy in place. We took affirmative steps to try to stop this. That's always helpful, but.
Okay.
And this policy also says it refers to blogs and websites. So Kendra, I'll definitely want to chat with you later because I'm very active in blogging about town politics.
Sure. So we can definitely, yes, we can definitely talk about that.
Okay, we're approaching the 10:30
And so just.
timeframe.
Some people use Nextdoor also to engage in the community. But I mean, we should probably be.
Listed in here.
But I don't think you can actually sign up for Nextdoor.
No, you
because
can't.
It's based on.
Yes, we've.
Maybe use this as your address.
Yes, I've had this
Town hall.
problem with Nextdoor, I understand. There's nothing you can do on Nextdoor right now because there's no way to sign up as an official account on Nextdoor.
But you're saying do not like correspond
Engage.
about,
No, I'm saying I can't help you
okay.
with Nextdoor because Nextdoor doesn't allow you to do anything other than with your actual address.
Okay.
It's in my experience.
Right.
And then I've had this conversation with other elected officials that we can't do an official page on Nextdoor because they don't allow it.
Right.
So I don't know what, I don't know what to say about Nextdoor. Other than,
Well, I don't think you have to worry about blocking people.
yeah, well, there's that.
Well, and also listed in here is LinkedIn. So now we can't list trustee on LinkedIn.
No, you can do that.
No, I think you can do that.
We're just not using it as a platform for advocating.
Use it as a platform. I mean, it's still.
LinkedIn is typically, yeah. Yeah, I think you'd still use LinkedIn.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All I'm saying is I've gotten feedback about Nextdoor from a lot of people, and I've had this experience as well, that you can only use one address on Nextdoor, and you can't have more than one account. And they don't let you put, I mean, I guess you could put your name in as trustee so-and-so, but you still get one account and it's tied to your home address, not a business, so.
Okay. Is there anything else on that? And do we want to continue on, I mean, we have not finished all of these topics here.
I might suggest that the other two, since they're linked together a little bit, around role on committees and remote dial-in to meetings, that we postpone those till a future meeting.
I could put them on the next retreat,
I'd be
which
fine with
is
that.
not too far off.
I mean, my question is, I mean, we talked about most of this, is, I don't think these would take very long. I'd rather, if I'm right, they're not gonna take very long, I'd rather get it done tonight so that we can use that time for something else at our board retreat. Since we've just discussed it 3 months ago, I'm guessing there's not much more to discuss that we haven't already discussed, so
Okay.
might want to be continued tonight.
I definitely want this to go on for a while, but I'm happy to do it tonight, so totally up to you guys.
Others?
I mean, as much as we can, if there's conversation to be had, you know, like, we'll probably get through it tonight. You know,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine continuing for a little longer. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So is this the phone participation? Is that what we're on to?
It's, yeah.
And the board liaisons.
Board liaisons.
So
Oh, okay.
I'll start with, how about I start with that, board liaison, the role. So this board did not create the board liaison. It was created in the past by previous boards. At that time, that board felt like there was a disconnect between the committees and the board as far as the committees had questions and the board felt like they wanted to share information about certain topics with the committees, and this was a way to connect the two. So the board at that time created this, but it was more of a less active role of the liaison at the committee meetings. It was more of the board liaison attend the committee meetings to answer questions, just as it's described in the cover memo, that the committees may have on a particular item or want to know the board's direction on a particular item. So there wasn't a lot of active participation by the liaisons at the time that it was created. That has kind of morphed over the years to where certain board liaisons are more active with committees than others, and it's more of an individual basis. And as board members change, how they want to interact with the committees have changed, and so now we've gotten to this point. We provided information to the committees at the last training, and we reverted back to the way it was when it was, I mean, that's how we described it, how it was originally set up. So the question is for the board, how do you want to see your role with the committees as a liaison? Do you want it to be more of just there to answer questions, provide direction if the committees have a question about an issue, or is it to be more actively engaged with them during their committee meetings? And the committees, there are some that I feel, based on information I get from staff, that would like it to be more inactive, and then some that are fine with it being active. So, but you, as the board, kind of set the direction of how you want your own liaisons to interact with the committees.
So, I mean, I'll open the discussion that I would be fine with having the liaisons be active participants or inactive participants, but I think it really should be standard across all the committees, and I also think this policy should reflect that. Right now, I'm seeing a number of things that are written down that I know we don't do, and I'd really just like it to be standard across all committees and all liaisons.
My preference would be to just codify what it has transformed into over the years. I mean, this is the way it started, but then it grew to adapt to what was most useful. As somebody who's been on both sides of it now, from a committee perspective, I've had Sandy Pennington, Mark, Sandy Hammerly sat in as the trustee liaison several times. It's useful to have somebody present who can sit there to answer questions and interject useful information that isn't otherwise known by the committee members. So I think the role there and purpose is useful and brings value, and it helps the committees do a better job. I think you have to be there for one. I think what we have written here where it says it's optional to show up, I mean, I think we've set the precedent and it's been working that no, you should be showing up. I think the one committee that over the years did not have a consistent representative was ACES, and I think that hurt them and their impact for us as a town. So I'd prefer to see that changed in here. As we discussed back 4 months ago, I still think we don't do calling in. We continue with what we said, and I think that was all that was in here. Maybe I'm missing something.
So it sounds like you all, because I'm trying to understand what your view of what a liaison is, because I've seen it be different from committee to committee. It sounds like it is be an active participant, whereas this policy describes more of sit back and wait for questions. Is that accurate?
Well, it depends. I'm not sitting there coming up with ideas and pushing the committee in a specific way. It would be if the committee is talking about something and they have a unknown in that conversation that I know the answer to and it's public information, I will interject that. Or if they have a question that I do know the answer to, they ask me, I'll answer that question. If they want to bring something forward, I will help them be an intermediary between us and them to help get their thoughts, questions, whatever in front of the board so we can help them be effective. That way they're helping us be effective. So it's not, I'm a member, so I'm definitely not participating as a member role, but just as somebody that helps them do a better job.
I mean, my comment is similar to, and I think I'm saying the same thing, Ken, is my role as a committee liaison is to provide information to the committee to help them do their job, or to bring something to the board that they may in particular want communicated. My job is not to be an active participant in the discussions, except as they need me to do it. And my certain sense from OSAC is that's the way they feel about it, is that I'm there to help them do their work, but not to direct them to do the work. And I definitely know that was the case with ProStack when Chris Hansen was our liaison. He was there to help us do our work and to answer questions and to provide guidance, but he did not direct us or actively involved, become actively involved in the discussions. And that's pretty much the way, and, I did help ACES some when I was helping when Chris was not able to be there, because they seemed to be floundering with not having answers to questions about what they could do or what they couldn't do. And, because they've had a transition and never had a real stable liaison. So, or at least for quite some time they had not. So, I think this is actually a pretty good description of what I view the role of the trustee liaison to be. Now, that doesn't mean that I haven't, helped them from time to time when they have a question or something that, I can provide some additional information. But I do believe it's very important that there be a trustee in the room to answer questions, because when ProStack was missing our liaison for some time, we definitely had issues where we had to go back and get additional information, and it was valuable having a trustee in the room. So, having been on both sides, I think it's, that's my perspective, and having now been doing this for 8 years in 2 different capacities, I think this is a pretty good description of what we do and how we can do it most effectively so that the committees remain empowered to do their thing, that we're not driving their agenda. We set the goals for the town, and then they drive their agenda within those goals that we set.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think these 4 bullet points kind of, in my mind, define what I think my role should be with ProStack and any of the other committees. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a citizen-led committee that's kind of trying to, work towards the town goals, and my job is to help and support them and not try to reset their agenda. Beyond that, though, I think there's the other piece of it is, I think this is where we've deviated from what was established some time ago, because it is definitely a more established requirement that we attend, or try to attend, not just pop in. This is something that we all take seriously, and we pushed and shoved each other to get onto the committees that we got onto in November, December. And I think that's part that has definitely changed from maybe the historic relationship. And I think it's made the committees work better because they're a little bit better tied to the board. But the 4 bullet points in the staff memo, I think, kind of reflect the way that I think it's been operating, and I think it's been operating pretty well. So I'd like to see that continue, and maybe we tighten the relationship with respect to our expectations as a board for the participation in the committees.
So I'm going to disagree just a little bit. I think this historical description of what the liaison role has been, or at least was intended to be, it's interesting because, I mean, I think to Ken's point and to Sandy's point, if we are, as liaisons, really just there to answer questions and help facilitate interaction with the board, that's one thing, and therefore we're not required to attend monthly meetings on a regular basis, and we can pop in if we're interested in, but they're going to just basically function, and if they have a question, they can reach us and we can facilitate that question. That's a completely different type of liaison than what we have right now. Right now we have a de facto mandatory attendance policy for all board liaisons, and if we're not available, then we get our alternates to attend our boards, and our committees expect to have a trustee liaison present. So if that's what the policy has evolved to be, that's fine, but it's totally different from what this says. And
it's
so
also different from what the code says. The code says no trustee shall serve on a committee, and trustee liaisons are communication links only. So.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying. So
yeah.
Goes back to what Matt was saying. When this was drafted, when this advisory committee ordinance was drafted, it was very specific. The board at that time did not want trustees sitting on committees.
Right, and I understand that, because if what we're really trying to do is not interfere with which is kind of what I'm hearing the board say, we're there to answer questions to the extent that they arise, but we're not there to actually direct the activities of of the advisory groups because they're citizen-led, to Neil's point, then that, I think we can square that with this policy. But then we should be consistent with the code and not be showing up to all these meetings and let them function and be available to them to answer questions as they arise. But we shouldn't be there. Because, you know, if we're going to be going there, there's nothing worse, in my opinion, than just going to a meeting and being a potted plant, right? And just sitting there, like, I'm not there to watch a meeting. I have other things that I'd rather do with my time. And if I'm going to attend a meeting, I'm going to speak up and I'm going to voice my opinion on things. And if that has the effect of kind of directing a committee, you know, I guess that's what you're going to get if I attend a meeting. Is because
do you feel like you've been an active participant though? I mean, do you feel like you have been going above and beyond? Like, I mean, I have the benefit of observing you from the OSAC perspective for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
In my view, you weren't participating. You were interjecting when you could add value from the board perspective. You provided answers to questions we had. You gave us guidance on on when we should or shouldn't present to the board or what fashion it should be in. But you weren't sitting there saying, you guys should be making Zaharias #1 or CenturyLink #1 or anything like that. I mean, you weren't participating. You were there providing guidance.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you that, like, I would say, you know, most of the time I would sit back and watch, you know, what OSAC was doing. But I wouldn't necessarily wait for a question on a particular issue. Like, sometimes, like, those questions would arise, but, you know, I felt that I would volunteer on certain issues, like, hey, you guys need to understand, like, this is what's happening, and so don't waste your time on this.
Which I think is good, and that's the value.
So, like,
yeah.
I was volunteering, and that to me is being more active than just sitting there waiting for a question to come up.
But I think that's what that's what we've done all along. I mean, that's what Chris would do with ProStack. If we were going down a trail that he knew was unproductive, he would say it. So, you know, I am not a potted plant when I'm at those meetings, but I'm not running those meetings. You know, I'm giving information to OSAC. Well, you know, if you guys believe strongly in this, then you should bring the issue to the board. Or you have the ability to opine on this and absolutely do it. Don't feel like you can't do it. So, you know, I think there is this fine line between driving the work of the committee and giving the information that the committee needs to be effective and also empowering them to do their job. So, you know, maybe it's just because I've got longer term experience with a committee that as a ProStack member for 4 or 5 years, and I've seen it work from the other side, and now I'm able to help those committees be more effective. So, you know, that's my opinion. I think there's a valuable role for us to play because we also stay connected to the committees. I don't believe reading the minutes really captures what happens with our advisory committees.
When did things change where people started attending all these meetings?
More than 6 years ago. Yeah. 6 years at all my meetings when I first started.
I would say it was probably started around 2010.
Because 2012.
As long as I've been on an advisory committee.
And that's when they said
I mean,
no.
Chris's schedule changed, and so he couldn't be there. But we didn't have backups at that time. He would just ask somebody to cover, and then it ended up we couldn't get him. And that was some of the period when we floundered the most, is when we didn't have a trustee in the room to help guide us when we get off track. So, but as long as I've been, which would have been 2009, I guess.
So I guess, I mean, I have to agree with Mark on this, and I've certainly asked Matt if we could put this on the agenda because I'm very confused about my role on the committees. I haven't been attending committees as long, but I know, I mean, in attending the CAPS committee, I tend to be very vocal and chiming in on things until I saw this policy and then I backed off. Whereas the Historical Commission, I sit there, I wait for a question, and then I answer the question. And that's not a reflection of those two committees. That's a reflection of reading this policy and thinking, oh gosh, I shouldn't chime in on things. I don't feel like it's clear right now what we should and shouldn't be chiming in on. And again, I'm happy to go either way, but I would really like it to be more clearly defined what our role is. And to Mark's point, if our role is to answer questions, I don't think it's valuable for the committees. I don't think it's a great use of our time to sit in the back and wait for questions. And that's kind of how the call-in tied into it is I would be very happy to be, available by phone for the 2 hours that a meeting is, if the purpose is for them to be able to get me quickly with a question.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with everything you just said, and I view my role as something above a potted plant, but not quite running the meeting. It's that kind of gray, nebulous area where, I mean, there are questions that come up where the board perspective is very helpful, but then there's things that you can see the board starting to veer off into left field and you want to steer them back. And, again, but at the same time, you want to just shut them off too soon. And I don't know that we can define that in a document in terms of what our role should be, because I think each one of our committees functions somewhat differently. I don't think we could be prescriptive about how the role should be, because even within the committee, it's going to change as people change.
Yeah, I mean, I guess part of the thing is too, we're primary on committees, and I understand the issue you've got with CAPS, but you're the secondary. I believe that Kevin's the primary, so in theory, you wouldn't even need to be there. I mean, I think I'm secondary on something, and I can't even remember what it is. Because I know, but I think that's a mistake, because I'll never be able to go to a ProStack meeting because it's the same night as Dr. Cog. So I think I said I'd back up on ACES if Ken needed a backup. But, I don't consider myself a potted plant in the room. And now I'm going to I think I'm going to wear like a little flower on the top of my head when I go to
I wasn't suggesting you were.
No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I don't think any of us are suggesting that's our role. And maybe we want to beef this up to somehow say that we, are able to engage with but the difference is we don't direct the conversation. We don't direct the work of the advisory committee. We just kind of let them know what they can do. And we have an opinion, so we can share an opinion, but we don't direct the work of what that committee is doing. Because for one thing, we may not always personally agree with some of the things they're doing. But we do let them know if they're going astray of what their tasks might be, or let them know, hey, I mean, there's several times that I said to both ACES and ProStack, and now a little bit to OSAC, but I haven't been doing it for very long. Hey, you know what? If you guys feel strongly about this, absolutely you need to bring it to the board.
So, but isn't that when we were at the retreat discussion, we were talking about one of the goals for the liaisons is to help ensure the committees are going in the right direction. And I think, Sandy, you had said that you want to make sure that sometimes the committees go off in one direction and then bring something to the board. So part of the liaison's role is to make sure that it is a palatable direction for the board.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I said that. What I said was that if I felt like they were going astray of their work plan or astray of the town board's goals, that we would talk with them about it, but not.
Isn't that the role of the staff liaison, is to keep them on plan?
Those advisory committees report to the board. They do not report to the staff.
Oh, understood, but staff are the ones. I think the staff
definitely plays a role in that. But the reality is we have committee members who go around staff to the board on a frequent basis. And staff reports to Matt. They don't report to the board. So there is an important role that the board plays in helping to keep that sort of keep both parties working together.
And I think the idea that you would turn like the direction into something that'd be more palatable, it's not necessarily that you are taking control and saying, no, that's a bad idea, don't do that. It's you give a warning and say, hey, the board, here's the information. The board has discussed this. It's been considered in this direction. This is the board's current position. If you disagree with it and you still think the board should reconsider, please tell us, but you're there to provide that information so they know the context, because otherwise they may not know that context.
So I was just thinking about, instances on OSAC that I think I went beyond just answering questions. Like there have been times that I've suggested OSAC to make motions, right? And to actually like bring things before the board, to kind of direct the board's attention to something beyond what is just in the minutes, right? And I think that is, taking a more active role and kind of directing, I don't think I was necessarily shaping the policy and the discussions necessarily, but I was certainly, I think, encouraging actions and a certain result. And I guess, my overarching kind of feeling about all this is if we're attending meetings, I want the most value to be added, right? And the least amount of time to be wasted. And we may have, I guess, differences of opinion as to how we go about doing that. But if we're going to be attending meetings, I think we should feel comfortable to do whatever we think is appropriate.
So
and if that means that some of us are just going to sit back and kind of answer questions and let the committee do their work, that's fine. If it means that Laura, if you're really interested and engaged on that issue in CAPS and you want to volunteer suggestions, like you should feel free to do that.
Well, and that's really where my confusion is right now. So I appreciate that direction. I'd like to revise if that's what the board would like to do, then I would just want our policy to reflect that. Because I think right now there's a big disconnect.
So to move, well, I'll just say that having never served as a liaison, I probably have the least to add to this. I'm the alternate. So I've had very little experience. I've watched them before, but anyhow, I agree with the way that we're generally doing things now, where I think in-person attendance is important, not so much in favor of phone attendance. I just don't think you get the same experience, and the committee wouldn't have the same experience with the liaison. I think to be there as that resource when they need questions answered or they need direction, I think that is important. And I think the level of engagement, ranging from potted plant to out of control plant, will vary depending on the individual. And kudzu is this plant.
And we asked the committee chairs about whether they feel like this definition is what they perceive that the role of the board is, or what they would like to. I would just be interested to maybe if staff were to reach out to the liaisons and say, is this what you're comfortable with, or would you like something bigger? I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what the.
I think there's some confusion on the committee as well with regard to what the relationship is. So
if we heard from them on what they thought it should be.
I think staff and maybe working with Kendra needs to go back and look at this, maybe come up with some suggested revisions, engage the committee chairs at least, and get their feedback, and then bring it back to you to see, get your feedback on it as well.
And maybe as the board has suggested changes as well. I mean, we've all talked, or you all have talked about some suggested changes that to kind of clean things up or make it more consistent. I think that would be appropriate to send those to Matt, and then I'll bring back a revised copy for approval.
Yeah.
Okay. Have we gotten through our list? I think we have. Telephone. We touched on that a little bit in this last discussion, just in terms of committees, but
maybe we just go quickly down the line to see if there's. I mean, my vote is no.
Are we talking about telephoning into committees, or are we talking about telephoning into town board meetings?
Committees only. We can't do town board.
Okay. All right.
Well, it was across the board. It was for committees, but also for public comment in meetings, was at least what the memo was about.
Okay.
So again, not board members, but, and again, that was why I suggested we push this to another time, because I think that's a lot to try to discuss, but certainly happy to go ahead with it tonight as well.
Well, let's go down the line quickly on telephoning in. Are we talking about board members telephoning into committee meetings?
And also committee members telephoning into committee meetings.
Okay. Why don't we go down the line quickly and just thumbs up or thumbs down to that?
Thumbs down.
Okay.
Meaning no, don't call.
Okay.
I would support both.
So thumbs up.
Yes, on both.
Okay. All right. I would say no to either or no to both. Mark?
I see the value in it, but I also see kind of the issues that arise from it, where it can be kind of problematic, and other towns have kind of abandoned it. I think I would be okay with allowing board liaison testimony, specifically board liaison participation. I'd be thumbs up for, to address people who travel for work, to allow them to participate on committees that they otherwise wouldn't be able to because of their schedules. Right now, I'm not speaking about myself, but just for others. But I would not be in favor of allowing committee members to participate remotely, because I think that would just disincentivize them from attending. So thumbs up for us, thumbs down for everyone else.
I'm going to take the opposite of Mark. I think board liaisons should be on site, in the meeting. But our committee members, our committees are struggling to get, more participation, and I think a little bit of flexibility. Maybe it's like once a year, twice a year, you can participate by phone. Would give, at least with ProStack, I know we're struggling with a couple of folks are traveling quite a bit more for work. I don't want to suggest it can't be a part of the citizen committee because they are traveling for work. So, on a infrequent option, so to speak, for committee members to participate by phone, I think it could add some more value. Maybe there's people in the community that could participate more if it was just a couple of phone-in meetings. But I think for the board liaison, I actually think we need to be there.
I'm thumbs down on board. The board member needs to be there. We've all got backups. If we can't be there, somebody can, I'm happy to cover for you, Ken. I'm sorry, I can't cover for you.
I need a backup for ProStack.
And for committees, if it happens unofficially, I know on ProStack there have been situations where ProStack members have called in, but they don't vote. And the problem is when they do call in, they can't really participate in the meeting. All they do is they're listening to the conversation that's happening with the boards, with the rest of the group. So I might be open to that happening once a year, but, I happen to be staffing an advisory committee that's extremely robust right now, and almost nobody ever misses. So, and there seems to be a lot of interest in that group. So if somebody couldn't participate for more than one or two meetings, I would prefer to see them step down and us find another candidate who would be able to fill that committee. I think we've got other committees that are that way. So I think I'm probably leaning toward no for committee members calling in. But if we heard big hue and cry from the committees that they really had to have that in order to continue to function, I might consider it, but right now I would say no.
Okay, thanks. So my tally.
Well, so everyone else got to discuss, but Ken and I were just thumbs up, thumbs down, so.
We followed instructions.
Yeah. I would just add, I know Historical Commission has people call in and they don't seem to have an issue with it.
It's all news to me.
The fact that we have inconsistencies, that's what I'd like to address. We should either be doing it or not doing it. We should have a policy on it. Sounds like at least two of the committees are allowing it at times for committee members. Sorry, Kendra. But I think we really need to decide which way we're going to go. And the fact to me that two committees are doing it successfully indicates that we might want to consider it.
Are you talking about?
I'm not sure I'd say they're doing it
Yeah, I'm not sure.
successfully.
Who are you talking about? Historical
I
Commission
know the
who?
city of Louisville does not allow call-ins at all.
Yeah, what was your second committee that was doing it successfully?
So I'm sorry, sorry, Phyllis. I thought I heard that ProStack was, but is that?
I think ProStack did it one time, but it's not a rule by any means. It's not something that
And I'm not trying to say it's a rule for Historical Commission. I just know that they have done it for a couple meetings and that the member has effectively been able to comment and chime in and out as the discussion warranted. It was not a listen-only mode by any means.
So I'll throw myself under the bus. Sorry, Kendra. I've called into an OSAC meeting when I was the chair of OSAC because I was out of town. Staff set it up, let me do it. It did not work well. There was a 3-second, I couldn't hear very well, so I was having to watch the video also. There's a 3-second delay, so I couldn't actually contribute. So it was a listen-only mode. At that point, you're watching the video. So we'd either have to invest in things to make it work, at least, unless we've invested in new things, but still my answer would be no, because I think I found out there's way more value in me being in the room than not, and if I couldn't make it, I should probably step down and let somebody who can make it be there.
Okay, so my tally on both leans to the no for both. Barely, but no for both. Okay. The other phone in was phone in for public comment. Resident phone in for public comment.
Yep, I really would ask, let's push this to another meeting if we're not willing to take the time to discuss. I really don't like this format of just taking a vote without discussion. I really, again, would urge us to table this if we don't have the time to discuss it tonight because people want to go home. Totally understand that. Like, I have a flight tomorrow too, I get it, but let's either discuss it or let's push it to another meeting.
I mean, I'm not putting these answers out here because I want to go home. These are my opinions on these things, so it has nothing to do with what time of night it is. So I wouldn't feel any differently if we were going to discuss it for 6 hours.
I agree. I mean, I agree on my positions on the others too. So this is the last topic on our list. So I would say let's just punch on through it and talk. Whoever wants to talk as much as we want about it.
I get it. I'm frustrated if we start with a yes or no rather than discussion, because typically we have discussion and then we vote. And I think it sways it if we all say yes or no before we've had a robust discussion.
Okay. That was my fault, sorry. I was just trying to see if we're all on the same page. We weren't. Apologies.
No, that's fine. And I'm fine going down the line here. However, we want to do discussion followed by a position or just have discussion. So I will jump in by saying I do not support phone in. I do support engagement, but I mean, reading through the staff memo of how it's been tried in many jurisdictions and abandoned, I think we've got a lot of different ways to engage with people that are legitimate, and this just seems like it was not successful where tried, so I would not support going down that path.
Go ahead.
I disagree. I mean, I think, one of the things that we've been struggling with as a town is engagement, and knowing that we are a bedroom community with a lot of folks with families, it is difficult to attend in person. I'd like to do whatever we could to try to increase that. However, the staff memo, I thought this would be easy. The staff memo made me realize, this is not easy. This is, expensive, and Boulder, it broke, and people were, calling him, and no one knew who they were. So there's definitely technical issues. They don't seem insurmountable, and I feel like we should at least try to explore some low-cost, cheaper options. Rather than a massive hardware investment, because I do want to see if there's a way that we can increase or find a way for people to participate, at least in public comment, remotely.
Just to be clear, it can't be on land use or liquor.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying, which
Fair
is
enough.
most of what you get your comments on. So
That's a really good point.
It can't be, because the applicant has to have the ability to basically hear the testimony and.
Interesting.
So.
But
we currently allow in land use applications, like, so we accept public comment by email, right? And then it goes into the record.
Right.
So, I mean, if somebody called in, I mean, how's that different?
Well, we have a deadline by which the email has to come in so that the applicant has a chance to see it before the hearing starts. So, I mean, that's how we've dealt with that before.
What is the specific concern about not being able to do with land use?
Because they don't know who's really calling in.
So it's
There's no guarantee who these people are. You don't get, it's sort of like the ability to confront your accuser.
That's fine.
So.
Just want to make sure I was following.
Yeah.
But with the advent of things like FaceTime or, video phones, is that going away? I mean, we're obviously,
Not
everything
yet.
you said is landline based, where you don't have a name, and that's what Boulder was struggling with, is you don't know who's actually making the comments. But if we've got a face to the name and they identify their address, does that help to alleviate it?
Perhaps, I don't,
Okay,
it's not been tested yet,
fair enough.
so.
Yeah, Neil, because my thinking was we have people come in all the time who just say, oh, I'm so-and-so, I live here, and we don't validate that, so I don't understand the distinction.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it has not been tested yet. We don't know
Yeah.
how old people are. We don't know where they live. We don't know where they're calling from. We don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, those have been the problems that have been identified. It's not been tested. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, your major liability is in quasi-judicial land use applications, so I wouldn't step out of line there, but that would just be my recommendation. But I'm pretty conservative on that, so.
Okay, others? Sandy?
I would just say at this point, I don't have a compelling reason to believe it's the right thing to do. And to see some of the obstacles other communities, some of whom are more sophisticated than us. No offense to your staff. But they actually have staff on, who can handle it. I would be reluctant to invest the effort to do it. Now, if staff could find a simple, foolproof process, I might be willing to consider it, but I haven't seen that yet. And so at this point, I'm not comfortable.
So I am open to additional ways for people to communicate with us. I think, that's why I came around to supporting, publishing the emails and, doing what we can do to be more transparent. And if we can also do what we can do to be more nimble in the way we allow people to communicate. I think Trustee Shah's point about us, being a bedroom community and people have jobs and they've got families and it's not always convenient for people to attend meetings, but they still have a voice and they still want to be heard, and some of them send us emails, and if somebody is watching on Channel 8 our meetings and feels like they want to participate and call in, if it's something that's not going to be completely cost prohibitive, I think we should be open to it and look into it. And if it doesn't work out, I'm all for experimenting and trying things. And, that's why I think the Google group and the Reddit project is a noble exercise, because we're just trying something out, and, we're a small town. We have the ability to try things out. And not all of them are going to work. But I think, I give us, credit for being creative and looking to adjust in the way that we communicate with people. So I'm open to it, and I would support allowing public comment via a voicemail box where people could kind of similarly to the way we have emails by like a cutoff at a certain date. If people wanted to call in and leave voicemails, kind of depending on the length, maybe they're played during hearing, maybe we're giving access to it so we can hear it, the applicant can hear it too in the land use context. Maybe that's an option. And then I'd also be open to it actually happening live during a meeting. I think if the applicant is present during a land use hearing, I don't see any difference between somebody calling in, provided that they're saying, you know, I am, you know, Mark and I live at, you know, 123 Main Street. They've identified themselves just like anybody else who's coming to the dais. The only difference is we're not looking them in the eye right here in the room. So I'd be open to it.
I agree with what Mark said. For me, this really comes down to engagement quite a bit. I mean, you think about when you're on a conference call and it's a one-way conference call and you know that you're not going to speak, people tend to tune out. In this case, with these meetings, a lot of people aren't watching in part because it's just static. You know, they're not going to necessarily sit through an 8-hour meeting when they know that there's no way for them to participate. I think opening up the opportunity to participate via public comment would probably get more people, not even just public commenting, but more people watching because they know that they have the opportunity to have an effect on a decision. I agree, it sounds like there's a lot of technology challenges. I'd love to see us experiment. We heard from Lafayette around allowing council members to participate, which I think is very different. Boulder is the example that we got of citizens participating. I'd love to experiment with it. I'm not saying we put it in place and say this is definitely going to be the case for the next 10 years, but let's see what technology solutions we can try, if people like doing it or not, and if we can drive more engagement. I think anything that gets citizens more involved is a good thing.
I think I'd agree with what most people said. I'm fully willing to try and pilot this. I think my biggest concern is the last sentence in the staff memo where, in regards to Boulder, where it says ultimately Boulder disbanded the program because of the overhead cost of having 3 staff members on site during meetings and the low participation rate. Boulder is how many times larger than us and already has much more technical capability than us. In my mind, A, we're probably gonna have lower participation rate than Boulder did, and B, there's probably gonna be a higher startup learning curve than what Boulder had also, just a guess. So if we can figure out some way to overcome those, at least the cost hurdle and the staff time hurdle initially, to at least give it a chance, I'm fine. If we're gonna pilot it, I'd prefer not to do it during, I would say, the most important pieces of our role, which would be public hearings. I would say let's get it through on some more, I won't say mundane, but just things that aren't, if we have a technical problem, we've all been on conference calls where there's a technical problem that grinds a meeting to a halt. I am cautious and wary about that. I don't want that to happen in the middle of a public hearing, but I'm willing to give it a try.
On that note, if we did put this into place, for a pilot, I would love to see us track some metrics associated with it, not just how many people call in, but what are our watch rates on the website or on the TV. I don't know if we're able to get TV especially, but even on the website, I would love to see if that goes up, if we allow people to call in. Because I could see that being a metric where people are more likely to watch. Maybe they don't end up actually commenting, but they know that they have the possibility.
Do we track the watch, or can we track the watch rate on the website? I guess
we
number of
can
views.
check who clicks on the links, yeah.
Okay.
But we can't check who's watching on TV.
Sure.
So questions for the board. Are you talking about just during the public comment section of the meeting or for every agenda item that's not a land use or liquor hearing?
I would want to
The
see it
logistics.
anytime we open it up for public comment, which I recognize.
That.
And not for land use and liquor, but
Right.
for like tonight when we open it up during email communications.
Yeah.
Or stating up front for remote public comment, we can only do it at the beginning if that's the logistical challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, we can start at baby steps and just do the beginning, and then if that does work, then see if we can expand.
With respect to, I mean, I think Ken raised a really good point. I mean, about, you know, Boulder disbanding it due to low participation and the high costs and the additional staff time. In terms of the costs that we think that this would run for the town, do you have an idea as to?
I don't. I mean, I'll need to have a staff person here that just does that. And then we'll have to figure out the setup so that you can hear. And I don't know if that means new equipment that we'll need, or if we can just do it through what we have here. So, I mean, we'll have to look into it.
So I guess like I will couch my cautious optimism towards trying new things as it depends on what is the cost associated with it. I mean, if this is going to cost us $50,000 a year, that's different than if it's going to cost us $5,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So without that information,
Let's bring it back.
I wouldn't want
one
to,
more time.
I'd like to bring it back with additional information, because obviously I think we'd need some sort of software that would give us the ability to have a queue for people that are, calling in and waiting in line, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, so we'll need to go back and think this whole operation and see how, and then determine the cost and bring it back to you.
Okay, yeah.
One question from the memo, now I'm not able to find it, but somewhere in here there was talk, Boulder chose not to use the video function because of a concern about people making inappropriate gestures, which is interesting. So I don't really share that concern about people in Superior making inappropriate gestures. Maybe I'm far too optimistic. I personally don't feel strongly about video or no video, but I would like to ask the rest of the board what they would prefer there. I can see the argument on either side. It certainly makes it more personable if you can see the person's face when they're talking to them, but of course that has technological challenges.
I share Boulder's concern.
Okay.
I share the concern that this is not going to be utilized. I think the costs are going to be high, and I think it's not going to be utilized. I mean, I've never heard anybody say, I really would have called in for public comment if you could have allowed me to do that. I think land use, and I think land use things, if this was available for that, yeah, then that could be, but that's a whole different hurdle, and it sounds like we're not close to that yet. So, but that is where I think this could be potentially utilized. But I just think for all of the other public comment opportunities, I just think we would end up spending, thousands of dollars, have a nice new phone box sitting there, and wouldn't get used a lot. So, but to the video question, I don't think it matters.
I mean, I think like the video testimony that we heard at the Capitol like this past week, because obviously we had people who were down in Durango and in Grand Junction and considerable distance from Denver. That was effective, and it was inclusive, and we wanted to hear from the entire state about how they felt about this proposed legislation. But even that didn't go off totally without some glitches, and they're at the State House, and I'm sure they have a larger budget than we do for video conferencing. Yeah. So
yeah, they couldn't get video to the next room for a couple of hours.
Right. and then they had hang-ups with some of the remote locations that they were going to. So I think it's worth looking into to see what the options are. But if it ends up being cost prohibitive, I think for like a small town it may not necessarily be worth it. But it's good that we're looking at ways to make it more flexible for people to participate, but it may not be the right fit for us.
Okay, so we didn't hear from everybody on video, but I mean, are we good bringing this back with some cost? Okay, or cost and other challenges? Okay, anything else? All right, thanks everyone. We are adjourned.